Okay, yes, here we go. And there's 4 of us on the panel this time. Got Charmaine, we got Lauren from Astro by Lauren. Don't forget, you have up until, I think it was the 26th, Lauren?
I think it's Tuesday. I think it's the 25th, maybe. But yeah, until Tuesday.
Okay, I'm going to have to turn you up here. 1 second.
Okay.
1 second. Kick mic settings in, edit, adjust volume. We'll see how that goes. Okay, perfect. And Kent's in the house as well, everybody. So welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, oh, hi. Anyways, you know what? Before we start off, I see a couple things that I'm going to do. Jackie was, whoops, where is it? Gotta scroll back up, Jackie. Gotta scroll. Jackie, thank you for the super chat. Hope you're having a good day, Sunny. Absolutely. The second live today, eh? It's Friday. And husband's home now. Kent keeps popping out like a young. Kent, there's 2 of you again. 1 second. Kent, is that you?
Yeah.
You popped out again?
Yeah.
Whoops. 1 second. Wait, which one are you? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so the other one. Yeah, there's 2 of you. 1 second. If I happen to kick you, come right back if I make a mistake.
Big fingers.
Yeah, I clicked the right one. There you go. And then Jackie also, on top of that, gifted 5 memberships. So make sure, like Mark said, and please thank Jackie for that membership. That means you don't have to put up with slow mode, and you can use the emojis for all the ones that are down there, including Jack and Lily's, of course. So again, thank you guys for joining us again. Ben, my husband there. Okay, husband's home now, Ben. Don't worry about it. He trusts me. He trusts me, Ben. Anyways, thank you guys for all joining us again today. There is one thing I do want to say before we're going to get started into Jack and Lily, and that will be this, okay? So this case right here is really important to me. Back in 2020, the reason why I ever clicked on anything to do with true crime was because of the Delphi case. But after I was looking at it at the time, I was like, whoa, this case is messed up. And then this case right here with Suzanne Morphew, beautiful Suzanne Morphew, came out. She disappeared on May 10th of 2020. And basically the husband was in Broomfield. The daughters were away camping, and mysteriously her bike was found near her home. But I'm going to probably cover that case later on. They have a press conference with it. Anyways, so he was charged, with the murder of his wife, okay? But then because they basically like a new DA came in town, all gung-ho, freaking blazing, and she fucked up is what she did. And so they had to back off and try Barry Morphew for another day. Well, what happened was her remains ended up being found, and so this is a case that was about a year and a half ago, I think, with the remains being found finally. And finally, we heard that a jury indicted Barry Morphew. So Barry Morphew, we all know you did it from the beginning. Now it's just a matter of your ass being grass, and hopefully the jury will come back with a guilty verdict once the case starts for this one. But anyways, so this case is very important for me. So we'll be covering it probably in a different live later. And if not, regardless, I'll cover it later on tonight. But anyway, so this case is very important to me. It has my heart. I spent 2 years. You want to talk about a case like Jack and Lily? This case overtook every brain power I ever had. And then after 2 years, I always like to make tributes. And I was just exhausted. So I basically, as I was taking some time off from this case, is when I went back over to Delphi and was like, ew, right? And so it just became that Barry Morphew, again, they had to back off the charges so that they could try him again. And so today was a day that he was indicted by a grand jury, and I want to see him rot in hell exactly where he belongs. We know he did it. It's just a matter of that they had to have strong enough evidence to prove it. And I believe that they will this time. And again, it's one of those bullshit stories. When you watch his his plea for his wife to return home, the missing wife where a bike was found near the home. And anyways, bottom line is, in my books, he's guilty. and everyone knows it. It's kind of like the O.J. Simpson case. Most people know that O.J. did it, but he got off. But Barry Morphew, you're not going to get off, and you're going to pay for your crimes against your beautiful wife who had a cancer appointment that Monday, and you took out her life. Why? Because you found out she was cheating on you, which I don't believe in that, but you know what? It's Barry Morphew. So chances are he was doing the same thing. And if not, so you want to talk about a controlling husband, right? Okay, controlling husband. Nobody can have her. If I can't have her, nobody's going to have her. So anyways, beautiful Suzanne Morphew. Rest in peace. And again, so we'll be covering that case on this channel again for sure. Okay, back to Jack and Lily. May 2nd, 2025. Today is June 20th. It's coming along. It's raining. Charmaine, it's raining. What's going on here in beautiful British Columbia? Is it raining there, Charmaine?
No.
No. Yeah, it's piss ass pouring here. Anyways, so again, we had the thing this morning where I was told by Derwood that that I could actually say that Logan was going to file for custody of Meadow, and that in fact Malaya did lose custody of Meadow for breaching the CPS or whatever like that. Again, I have no receipts to back that up. Okay, but it's one of those things is that when you're trusting in somebody and you have more information behind you, but I don't have any receipts for that. Simple as that. So take it with whatever you want at the end of the day. So unless Daniel wants to say it himself or something like that, Malaya's not talking, right? Basically, it's like talk to the lawyer. I got a lawyer, talk to the lawyer. But anyways, beautiful. So just let's see here. I want to start with Lauren. Lauren, you said that you had some thoughts, and I know we've been really Derwood has come on a couple of nights now, right? And everyone's been kind of whatever, and you backed off from joining the live, and I thank you so much, right? Because obviously there's stuff going on, but I really want to hear your thoughts, what you're thinking at this time.
Very good. Yeah. So the day that Malaya fled, allegedly, before Derwood got on this channel for the first time in the afternoon, I was driving around running errands, and I got struck with like an intuitive download. So I am psychic as well, but that is not my business. I'm an astrologer and a card reader, but I am quite psychic, but usually about personal matters and people that are close to me. But I was driving around and I started getting this psychic download about this case. And then when I got home and started listening to all the lives, everything that I was downloading was being confirmed. But basically, that day I was contemplating Belinda's interview and Derwood's interview, just the little piece that you played on here before he came on here to speak. And I was thinking, Belinda is the only person telling the actual truth. So I'm only going to base my opinion on this case based off of what Belinda is talking about. As far as Daniel goes, I don't think that Daniel is guilty at all, but I do think, and Daniel, let me just say one thing. Daniel is a recovering drug addict, is as per Derwood. So I do want to say, Daniel, if you're listening, please take care of yourself first, and just make sure that you have enough support around you, that it doesn't backslide into something in that realm. But anyway, so I was thinking, I was like, Daniel is a liar, though. After listening to his, the way he's changing his stories, the way that Charmaine is always saying, I'm like, we can't take him seriously. So it occurred to me that Daniel, and now this is Captain Obvious stuff now based off the past couple of days, but this all happened before everything came out. I'm like, I believe, in my opinion, that Daniel thought I think he thought he could play both sides, kind of give Malaya a little bit of cover. Well, first of all, Daniel makes a lot more sense now that I know that he thinks the children have a chance to be alive. Okay, because what I couldn't understand is why Daniel would be being so untruthful, and these children, could have perished, and they still could have. But I believe that Daniel was trying to give Malaya cover for the time that he was, because, of course, he did not want to lose her, and he thought that maybe if he gave her some cover, she would stay. Now, listening to Linda, it is clear that that is not what this woman, what this woman does. So I think he was in denial a little bit. But when he realized that Meadow was actually also in danger, I think that's what finally kind of flipped him. But I do believe that Daniel did the case, and I mean, if Daniel, if you're listening, it's just my opinion. I don't know you, but did the case a huge disservice by not being consistent with his story, because now nobody can believe any words that are coming out of your mouth. And when I watched that day before Derwood came out, the entire public opinion was changing, and the attention off of Malaya and on to Daniel. And I was really angry that day because I was feeling like they were tapping into the pain of those of us that have been in abusive situations and have been in abusive relationships. And I felt like if this claim about abuse within that relationship is even a little bit untrue, those kind of claims, that they hurt women that lie even a little bit about stuff like that, do a disservice to all of the other millions of women in this world that have to deal with things like that. So I was just becoming really angry. It's so crazy because I'm not consumed with true crime, you guys. So the fact that I was like, I am angry at Malaya, and I couldn't figure out where this was like coming from. But then when I heard that that was the day that she fled and everything came out, it's just that when the public, the day before that, even you guys were like, maybe we were wrong about Daniel, and understandably so. And I just felt like that it was a very effective way that Malaya's people, or Malaya, was trying to deflect and take attention off of herself. So, short story long story short, I still think that Daniel is innocent in this situation, but he's not innocent in this situation because I don't think that he was as forthcoming as he could have been in the beginning. And in that case, and if anything has happened, the blood is partially on his hands. And I am glad that all these things are coming out about Malaya's side of the family and Malaya, so that people can kind of open their minds to what this may or may not be. And then the only last thing I wanted to say was yesterday when I was like, oh, they could have, Malaya could have used Snapchat to I have a 22-year-old son, so Snapchat came out like right when he was I think he was in elementary school. So that was very dated of me to be like Snapchat, and you were like, oh no. And then there's someone in the chat who lost her child, and she was like, oh no. So I definitely understand, but I do want to say that Malaya is of a younger generation. If she was in high school 10 years ago, and they do have lots of like encrypted ways. There's all kinds of apps and encrypted ways to conceal your communications, especially if you're in the drug trade, and not like even in a big way, even just in the weed trade or whatever. So I still think it's highly possible that she could have been concealing her communication in that way. I hope I'm explaining this well, but what I'm saying is that I got the whole download about what was going on, and then Derwin got on the internet and told everybody what was going on, and I'm really thankful for that. And I do think that Justin from Questlin Pearls was being quite rude. In my opinion, I don't think that he is. I think he is well-intentioned. But again, like Sunny is always saying on this channel, you have to listen to and respect people that are firsthand source. So whether you believe them or not, like, you still have to listen to them. They don't have to prove themselves to you, in my opinion. They're doing you a favor by being on your show, and in that way. And so I also just want to say I appreciate the way that you all have made this a safer space for people to speak. And yeah, I'm glad this is coming out. I am really sad and scared for the actual children, and that's a whole other conversation. But my gift is I can see things that people cannot see before they've been revealed. So I cannot see the future, but if it's already happening, then I may be able to tap into it. And so I was kind of tapping into the situation as it was heating up. And then when it came out publicly that it was heating up, I was like so relieved to know what is actually going on, if that makes sense. So those are just some of my thoughts. But as far as Daniel goes, I mean, he really did everyone a disservice by being so inconsistent with his very simple statements. And I think he did, I really do think he did it for love in the beginning and was realizing that, or codependency, what have you, same, and is realized that he was being played for a fool, but also that this was a real life actual danger, and for his own child. And so I just wish that Daniel would have played it better, um, in the from the start, and that is my opinion on it. So
Thank you. Just quickly, Blue Jay, who's Jonathan? And who was on Jonathan's channel? Someone said that Derwood was on Dolly's live earlier. I haven't seen it, guys,
oh, is
myself yet. I guess I don't know. I was just seeing it in chat. I know Dolly was live earlier, so I'm not sure what he said today. If someone does have a timestamp for that, could you drop it um, in the chat area there so that we can take a look at that, what he's saying over at that side. And again, everyone. Okay, so Kent, next.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Your turn. So, what are you, as of today, for everyone, your own personal opinion? Just, I know we said it, but there's lots of people that come and they don't necessarily know what, everyone has their own kind of like opinions, right? We all see things, can see things differently with the
Yeah.
same information. So go ahead.
Yeah. I don't believe that I flip flopped. I think anybody that's seen me in the chat on any of these cases or channels, I've only got on here since Jack and Lily have gone missing.
So someone said you flip flopped.
I said, no, I don't think I have flip flopped.
No, not really. You're pretty much.
And I think I believed the same thing up until Derwin came out.
Derwood.
And it's not that I flip flop now, but now, if, like I say, if you want to believe what Derwood has told us, and I'm saying by this that I am, that I believe the scenario in the way that it happened could have happened. Where my scenario was always an accidental on one, cover up on the other, self-preservation for the rest of the family and the rest of their life. I think it could be a little bit different situation now, knowing some background on Malaya's postpartum. Not that I understand that, but I understand depression. And so I do believe that, and I do believe Derwood. So I do believe that scenario. Unlike our other guests that started off, and it's not that I want to believe Daniel, but I lay blame on both. Because, yes, okay, if this is the plan that Malaya had come up with some of her family or friends or whoever it was, well, I believe once she was out of the situation and she was safe, she should have come clean. The resources of searchers, equipment, technology, as Derwood said, they have a satellite that when it's crossing in the sky, whether you can believe that or not, but little old Pictou County is getting pictures taken every however many times in the day. It's going over us. And so all that stuff happening, all the resources of the RCMP and other folks and everything else, the YouTube community, this, like I say, it blew up, but it could have been blowing up and taken care of well before today, which we're at 7 weeks. And I blame both Malaya and both Daniel, because those are the two people that I believe they might not both know 100% of the way things happened or how, but those two people, I believe, know enough information that if they would have talked to the right people from the start, being the RCMP, and if the RCMP didn't want to listen to them, then go public and start making the cries. But we as a group here, we've always talked about, well, if your kids were missing and you were a parent, you'd be out there pleading for their, if you thought they were abducted, you'd be pleading for their safe return. If you thought they were lost in the woods, please, God, let them find their way home. Let the searchers find them. Let them bring them home. Like, whatever scenario, you would think that there would be pleading from the parents. And we haven't had that. So it don't matter what they do now until they come out and give either the RCMP or the general public enough information that we can find out where these kids are, whether they're safe, bring them back home one way or the other, stop the nonsense, get the people that need help, and move on.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just trying to keep up with chat there. So this is Charmaine, Lauren, and then Kent. Okay, Kent's from Pictou, and Lauren, you live in, say, Philadelphia. Did you?
Muted.
Yes, I live in Philadelphia, East Coast of the U.S.,
And
and
then-
I'm an astrologer.
Yeah. So when you guys see that code drop, that's for Lauren. Okay, she's doing 50% off. She did me and Charmaine, and she talked about well, prior to that, she was talking about Daniel and Malaya. Basically, she didn't have their birth dates, but she was basing the astrology on that. So that's who that is in there. And me and Charmaine, of course, are from British Columbia. Well, at least we reside. I was born here. Charmaine, you were born in Edmonton, or yeah, was it Edmonton? Where were you born? Calgary. So I lived in Calgary for many years. So I lived in Alberta half my life. So, but I was born here. So again, we're from West Coast side of Canada. This is happening on the East Coast side of Canada. Make sure, again, you guys, please hit that like and the share. Do it never for the sake of the channel. Do it always for the sake of the missing and the murdered. Again, Belinda, being the paternal grandmother, has been fighting for justice. Obviously, Daniel's been speaking out. Derwood's been speaking out. Apparently, he said his name on there, Darren, because I just saw that being said. So that would be correct. That's actually his name. So obviously, he's saying it on Dolly. So in saying that, go ahead, Charmaine, with your thoughts on it, and then we'll go into, I guess, see what he was, what Derwood was, Darren, I guess we could call him now, I was saying on Dolly.
Obviously, everybody knows my thoughts haven't changed.
This morning.
Much respect to you, Lauren, but
Thanks, Mark.
Disagree. And my opinions of Daniel are based on my interactions with Daniel and everything that's happened since. I personally can't think of anything that's happened on Malaya's side that has swayed me one way or the other than hearing that she had postpartum depression. I started to rationalize her interview under that umbrella. But as for what happened to Lily and Jack, I don't think there's anything that's going to change my mind aside from evidence being found or a confession or the kids being found hidden somewhere. I mean, I'm that convinced, like I said, based on my interactions with Daniel and based on his own words. And that's just not going to change.
Yeah.
Understood, yeah.
And mine is definitely both lying. Definitely both lying. Flip-flop between Daniel and Malaya there. Malaya's is hard because she obviously has only done the one interview, and she's doing everything that's opposite of what you would expect a mother to do, from all ends, not using social media, just, nothing that's showing that she's looking for children. Daniel's out there, of course, saying that he's doing everything, that he's the end all to be all, to Malaya. Basically, it was the white knight in shining armor that said, I basically picked her up from all her woes in life and brought her in and taken care of her. And so it's kind of like, bottom line is there's just bullshit going on. That's just clearly how it is. And for me, like I said, Jack and Lily are the priority here. So who's ever telling the truth between Malaya and Daniel? Either way, they're both lying. Bottom line is they're still both lying. They obviously had a CPS report. They want to call it possible autism. I call it possible staying from home more than they should have. And they probably were falling behind in their grades. Stuff like that. So who knows what the true issue is behind there. But that's what I see it as, that they probably weren't making it to school as often as they should have. Falling behind probably due to the parents' own non-actions of, helping them achieve, or strive for better, in a sense. That's how kind of I see that. That's just my own conclusion. And I think that the teachers, because I know for myself when my own son had missed quite a few days of school the one year, like they didn't call no CPS or nothing like that, but they brought it to my attention like, hey, Matthew's missed this many days out of the year. And I'm just like, and I was feeling guilty because the minute my kid said he was sick, I was like, you can stay home. No problem. No problem. I don't think he had any developmental issues, but he sure typed like he was talking like on a computer on his home assignments. And then, which made me kind of giggle because you know how we put R instead of ARE, we'll use R or U, stuff like that. So that's how my kid was doing his homework assignments like he was on a computer, which was true. He was. He's been on a computer since he was 5 years old. Okay. He was watching always his little Thomas the Tank, stuff like that on computers because in our house, that's what it was. We, my ex-husband, Steve, he could build computers and all that stuff. And that's what we did. We gamed as a family. We did things and whatever. But anyway, so my son got the, unfortunately, the internet can be very cruel. Because I remember him saying to me, Mom, this kid's telling me to F off. And I'm like, oh, no, really? That's when I wasn't really aware just how brutal the internet can be, to be honest with you. Anyways, so all I care about is justice for Jack and Lily. I don't give a, shit really about Daniel or Malaya when it comes. They're never going to be in front of these two children. Something happened in that home. I believe that family involvement is here. Who's lying? Who's telling the truth more? They're both lying, and it's just a matter of where the truth lies because they seem to have polar opposite things. But I do feel like because Malaya left the next day, this wasn't some sort of conjoined effort of trying to hide something. I feel like a lie was told that morning for sure, but that's not how one reacts if you're trying to cover up crimes together. That one person leaves. Usually, to me, you break down when you're getting questioned by the police, during some sort of interrogation and stuff like that. So again, so is it that Daniel was a controller, manipulator, all those things? Was he an abuser? Right? I mean, Derwood clearly said that a couple years ago, he feels like he's been clean for a couple years now. Most people, Canada, pot is legal. Okay. So pot is legal here in Canada. Okay. Across the country. So that's not illegal to do that here. Maybe it is in the United States. We know that in some states you guys have, it's legal. In other states, it's not legal. So anyway, so obviously the relationship started before that. So who knows how clean somebody is, right? Someone could literally lie to your face and whatever. Who knows? So is it the controlling other half that, these two children became a pain in the ass to him? They were in his way. He wanted control over Malaya, blah, blah, blah. Is it that the scenario? Or is it that Malaya, right, basically was going to leave Daniel, like I said, go to the end of the driveway, whatever, scoot them off with somebody and then, plan on taking Malaya and that these children are hidden. Obviously, Belinda feels like, like she's being a realist. Kent keeps popping in and out there like popcorn on there. Okay, So that's all I'm going to say myself about that. Thank you guys for all your, again, support when it comes to Jack and Lily. It means so much to Belinda, and that's what I care about the most. Is that, like Belinda first and foremost, and then the family behind it that truly had no involvement or no knowledge of this. Prayers to you. So sorry that you're having to deal with such a horrific situation, and hopefully, the glass is half full instead of half empty. But being realistic, guys, we know that these cases are not good. It's been a month and what, like 18 days so far. So just really tragic. But okay, so you guys want me to pop over and put up dollies and see what Darren, I guess, since he said his name was Darren on there, I had to say?
Yeah.
Puff pass. I played that game. With the
I
puff
never
pass.
did. I'm just saying. I've
Yeah.
never done it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm a
oh.
square. I'm a square.
Yeah, I'm out of the square box. Okay. But I didn't like the worst stuff I ever did was acid and mushrooms. Okay. That was back when I was like teens, like late teens, whatever. Last time I ever smoked pot, let me just say, so I have to be truthful. So I quit when I was 21 doing pot, hash, or oil, right? I was with my Dion, my little headbanger boyfriend turned husband 9 years after the 11-year relationship. Never, that's the abusive fucker, is that guy is. But anyways, when I was 26, I had one puff of a joint and I regretted it. And I never wanted to be around anyone that did that shit again. It was not me. It was not my lifestyle. I was so over it. Everything with Dion was about his friends coming over, having sessions, with the knives and stuff like that. And yeah, so I remember the first time I took acid, he gave me this little piece of cartoon on my finger and had it. I was at school. People were like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like laughing at the stupidest shit. And when it was stuff when it was serious, I was laughing. And when it was laughing stuff, I was serious, going, why is people laughing? My eyes were dilated and stuff like that. Anyways, had a bad one time and never touched it again. I was probably about maybe 16, 17 at that point. And mushrooms, I probably did a little bit longer because it was similar, but didn't quite have the same effect. Anyways, I never wanted ever to bring heroin, cocaine, or anything into my life whatsoever. I drew the line at that type of drugs. So yeah, and so basically, last time I ever had anything was the one puff when I was 26 years old. After that, just not my thing. If I'm going to do anything, I'm going to have some nice drinks behind me, at best. And even then, I don't even like drinking that much. So it better taste like a good Mai Tai. That's an old one, by the way. Or no,
Never touched it.
yeah. So my husband has never smoked. He drinks barely at all, just like me, right? I used to drink a little bit more, but still nothing major because I never overly liked alcohol. And nowadays it's just too ridiculously expensive. So whatever. But anyway, so that story of my life in a nutshell. Okay, so I'm gonna go over to Dolly's. I want to see what's going on over there. Hey, Dolly, 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 Dolly. So I'm pretty sure this is where he picks up the phone call. Thanks again, Mark, for sending this over. So let's see what Darren has to say on Dolly.
What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, Derwood? I didn't even know that was your name.
Son.
All right, let's get that bullshit out of the way. My real name is Darren, D-A-R-I-N.
Darren. Why do they call you Derwood?
Well, because I got kicked off Facebook too many times for doing political statements
Oh, Lord,
against
you're
the
one of
liberals
those.
and that, and
so
I had to make up a fake name to get back on Facebook and stay on Facebook.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's your alias. That's your alias name right there. So it's Darren.
That's my hey. I'll tell you where I got that at. It's kind of a good one. There was a woman on a bus, and she was a pretty woman, and she was reading a book about the Kama Sutra and sexual positions and that. And this guy walked up and looked at her and saw the book. And he said, "Oh, Jesus," he said, "that's a pretty interesting book you're reading." And she said, "Yes, it is." And he said, "Can you tell me some facts from that book?" And she said, "Yes, well," she said, "the native man is supposed to be the best endowed man in the world." And he said, "Oh, yeah, okay." And then she said, but the Irishman is supposed to be the one that lasts the longest.
Uh-huh.
And he said, oh, yeah, okay. And she said, what's your name? He said, Tonto O'Grady. But that Tonto O'Grady was already used on Facebook, so I had to go to Derwood O'Grady.
Okay. So your last name O'Grady?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not going to give it out
Okay,
right
I
now.
don't
Pretty well everybody around here knows it now.
Okay,
Anyway,
so now you're just Derwood O'Grady. I mean, it is what it is.
That's good. That's good enough for me for now, if you don't mind.
Okay, all right. So you got kicked off of Facebook for politicking.
Oh yeah. There's no use in me stating my political radical views. But
have you ever seen the movie The Hateful Eight?
Yes, I have. I liked it. That was a good movie.
It is a good movie. Remember when they were arguing? He said, "Oh, we just talking politics."
Yeah, that's right. That's
He's
right.
like, we just
That's right, man. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I really didn't want to talk too much right now because, to tell you the truth, I had a long night and day yesterday, and I'm pretty tired, and I got to go here.
Like Motley Crue.
What's that?
I heard you went on a world tour like Motley Crue.
Well, I wouldn't mind getting paid like Motley Crue on a world tour. That wouldn't be too bad.
So you made your way
No.
Let me ask you something real quick, though.
Yes,
what is the deal with
Miriam?
Meadow? Did they really take Meadow from Malia?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so I take it they found her when she went on the run. She went to the reservation. They go there and get the baby.
Well, now I want to defend Meadow a little bit. So the statement on the run, I don't necessarily. She panicked and she left with the baby from Cindy's place, and she went to the reserve in Shubenacadie. I think she thought it was a wise move. Now, I was pretty disappointed because I almost had Malaya. I got this one thing I have to find out, and I can almost fix this thing. And Malaya is the only one who would know. So I got through to Malaya, and she agreed to meet with me and talk with me. And then she's on the reservation with her native family. Their names are Brooks. And they got around her, and they strongly influenced her and convinced her not to leave the reservation and not to talk to me. So that blew my chance to get this one little piece of information I need. So that sort of dead-ended me for now. But the meeting I have tonight with somebody is another way to find out that information. So I got to go out tonight and
check into it
and talk to some people. Yeah. So really, that's about her.
Okay. So do you know if Daniel's been able to see Meadows? Because I know he was supposed to get supervised visitations, and he was supposed to meet with the CPS.
Yes.
What was it, yesterday that he was supposed to meet with him? Or was it the day
Yes,
before
he did
yesterday?
meet with the CPS yesterday. Yeah.
Was there any chance?
And I was actually talking on a.
Hold on. You're breaking up a little bit. You're losing signal.
All right.
All right, I can hear you.
You got me now? Or?
Yeah, I got you.
The CPS caseworker and Daniel both called me, and we went on speakerphone, and they wanted to ask me some questions about Daniel, which they did. And so I do know for sure he was at the CPS. They had a meeting about him having visitation with actually, I believe, his own kids. I don't think it was so much about Meadow as his own two kids that he had to the previous marriage.
Yeah.
Now don't take that for 100% fact. Other than this, like I can't say too much because they don't tell you too much about what they're doing either. But I know for a fact he was at CPS yesterday. He was talking to a caseworker, and I was in on a three-way call, or I was in on their meeting by speakerphone for a little while. So that's all I want people to take for granted there, is that he was meeting with CPS yesterday. And the outcome, I don't know.
Now, I heard that Logan is trying to file for custody of Meadow. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, Logan told me. Logan messaged me. Let me see. See, I've been up some nights and running around at nights and days. There's some sort of silly shit going on here. And I'm sort of losing. I don't even know what day it is right now.
Friday. Friday.
Okay. I would say the day before yesterday, I knew about half an hour after Malaya took off from Cindy's house with the baby I knew that about half an hour after that she took off. And anyway, Logan, right at the point when I got home, I was over Toro when I found that out. And right when I got home, Logan's been very good about this. Logan's been very open, and she's part of the other family, right? She's part of the Mackenzie family, not my family, but she trusts me and I trust Logan. And we've been helping each other. Any facts we've had with each other, we've been helping each other with any information, because she figures, well, I think she figures I'm coming pretty close too, and she wants the kids safe.
Yeah, that's the most important thing of it all. Do you think Meadow would be safe with Logan?
Yes.
Okay.
Meadow would be in a good place with Logan, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Logan loves kids. The Mackenzie family all loves kids. That's Daniel's uncles and aunts and those people. They love kids. It's like I said before, if it came out that Daniel did harm those kids, I don't think he'd ever get away from his family's house alive.
Yeah, they're gonna string his ass up.
Oh man, I think he'd be the one disappearing in the woods pretty quick, and I mean, I hope not to see that. But,
so he comes from a family of good old boys.
Yeah, good old boys, rough guys that are real. All they're doing is they work hard and they're just trying to make a living like everybody else. But they love their kids. They love every kid they can. In a very clean way. They love their kids. They'll protect their kids right to the death.
Family, most important thing there is.
It's all that's left.
That's all you really got in this world. You can't take money and nothing with you. It's the love for your family that's the most valuable thing you can own.
That's right, man. That's right. I agree with you there.
Wow. Okay.
And yes, Logan messaged me. I didn't know what day it was. I don't know whether it was yesterday afternoon or the day before. Let me see. I think it was the day before. Right after I got home, Logan messaged me and asked me if I had any news. And she said, I heard that Malaya took off to the reservation, and I told her, yes, that's true. And she said, will they take Meadow? And I said, yeah, CPS already took Meadow. And she said, oh my God. She said, I'm going to go right down to CPS tomorrow morning and try to get at least temporary custody of Meadow.
Yeah.
And I told her I think that would be a really great idea. I think that would be really good.
Now, did she go back to her mom's, or did Malaya? Do you know? Did she went back to her mom's, or did she stay on the reservation?
Now, this is not 100%. I don't want to say something. I don't want to say that. Before I give an answer to my best ability, if it's not totally true, I won't say it's totally true. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you get.
I got some very good knowledge, and I'm very sure. Yes, I'm very sure she's still on the reservation right now with her family. Okay, all right. She hasn't been. Not if she would have been arrested, I'd have known about it very quick. Yeah. So there's no. But the one guy that made a comment on there saying that she'd be arrested automatically. That's. I don't believe that's correct. Yeah, I got you. So anyway, that's where we sit right now. There's one clue I need. There's just one little piece now I need. Well, since we talked last, they did offer up that $150,000 reward, which I think is a good thing because, it's in the middle of nowhere. That's a lot of money in the backwoods. Oh yeah. It's a lot of money, that's for sure. But it's kind of disappointing to me too. Like, I'm glad you think it's a good thing. And I don't think it's a bad thing, but I know where you're going to go. That the police don't have nothing; they need the community. That's right. Help. They've been 6.5, 7 weeks. It's like, oh Jesus. See, one of the reasons I need a little rest here is I've been angry for a long time, off and on, and it's wearing me out. True. Hey, this stuff will do that to you. It's stressful on you. It's a lot of stress in true crime. I can tell you that firsthand. Yeah, and for those guys now, after 6.5 or 7 weeks to off $150,000 reward, that just indicates to me that the stupid bastards don't have anything. They can't do anything. They're stuck. Now, with all their resources, all their manpower, all their money, the satellite observation, the goddamn cameras. Hey, Derwood, I got to talk to you about something. Like, you say the GD word a lot. Not that you can say whatever you want, but it's just one of those words to me that I'm trying to get in good gracious with God. Okay. I believe it or not, I am too. I don't know. I recently had a heart attack, so I'm trying to make my way into heaven just in case something ever happens to me. So if you could use any other cuss word in the world that you want.
But let's try to.
All
let's
right,
try to
I
bring the-
fully understand. I fully understand, and I'm partly in the. I'm trying to improve myself too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get in the gates. I'm just trying to get in the gates. Right. Okay, nothing personal. Just I'm trying to get in the gates. So
but look, I love it. I enjoy that. That's a talk about faith, and that's another talk that has to be spread around.
Well, I had a little scare, and now I realize, hey, I might not be here forever. So I'm trying to do good. Okay.
Yep. No, and I'd be more than glad. My last two things that I seriously have to try to improve on, you hit one on the head, is the swearing.
Well,
and the other one I don't want to discuss because I believe it or not, the only time I do really curse is when I get severely start getting angry.
That's how I am too. I drop the F-bomb every now and then, and I try not to do it.
Oh yeah, I'll let her fly. I might have to let a few fly later tonight.
I'm bad about the F-bomb when I say it a lot.
Well, sometimes you got to intimidate people in this kind of thing, and I don't like that. I normally not like that, but what do you do?
Yeah.
So I really don't have anything else for you other than that,
okay.
Other than your information on Blay and the res, and Meadow being taken by
thank
GPS,
you.
and Logan looks like she's now, and I can't even say that Logan actually did make it down there yet because that's just what she told me the day before yesterday. She said, I'm going down tomorrow morning then and start trying to apply for at least temporary custody for Malaya. That's what she told me, and Logan's a woman of her word. I'm sure she did. But you can't take that for the truth either. She might have got delayed or anything else. So if somebody else is saying no, Logan wasn't down there, well, maybe she wasn't. But 90% chance, I'm sure Logan headed down there. Well, anyway, I think that's about all I can go.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for me, and I'm sure the internet wants to thank you for sharing and keeping us in the loop of everything that's been happening as it goes down. And we're praying for the best, and we stand beside you there, Derwood. Oh, great.
Thank you, man.
Okay. You be safe.
Thank you, man. And
hey, I got your number now. If you want, and if you got some stuff you want to put out there and let me sleuth into, I won't say it on the internet. You can text this number that you call.
I'm going to tell you the same thing. I was talking to. There's one other channel that I do like quite a bit, and I've been talking to them some. There's a guy named Justin. Cuts those pearls. I don't want to talk to that dink at all. He's a dink.
He's a corpse with hair plug.
I don't care what you think about that guy. That guy's a dink. He knows more about this than I do. So I just told him, well, I guess you can just go ahead and solve it then because there's no use in me talking to you.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot. See, I had dropped the F-bomb. There I go. I can't even help it.
You just say there's one little shot of face that you're gonna lose, you cursing bugger.
You're gonna make me say the GD word. That dude is an idiot.
Yes, he is. He's a total idiot. Oh, did you? Here's a good one for you. There's another. Now, first I'll tell you the other one that I do like and that I'm cooperating with a little bit because they're helping me out a little bit too. Is the Criming Shame.
Yeah, the Canadian girls. They're a great channel.
Sunny Austin, I think her name is. Is that it?
I think so. Sunny, and I forget the other one's name. But they're a cool channel.
Yeah, they're pretty. I find they're pretty good.
Yeah, you can tell they're decent people. I mean, that's important in this world, just to be a decent human being.
Here's a good one for you. Tell your viewers this one. I don't know how I got on this one. I didn't know her or anything. Means, Motive, and Opportunity, she was called. Well, she showed an interview with Belinda Gray first. I won't be long. She showed an interview with Belinda Gray first, and by the time she was done the interview with Belinda Gray, she was ready to say that there was something wrong with Belinda Gray, that she knew a lot about the kids and that she was guilty in a bunch of this. So then she showed a video of me after that, and she diagnosed that. And before that was done, she said she was going to call the RCMP and report me because she was pretty sure I was the guy that was driving the vehicle that took the kids away. She had a vision about that.
The internet's crazy. It's a crazy place. It's a madhouse.
Yeah, he's got a bad connection. It's because he's talking to the state.
More listening and less talking for a little while until I find something because I'm tired of it. And sometimes when I say stuff, people take it the wrong way, and then I'll read it 5 minutes later, and it's not what I said or not what I meant at all.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go now, buddy. I'm sorry. but I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm getting grouchy myself.
Get you some
And I'm gonna-
rest, Derwood. You're breaking up really bad. So we will talk to you next time. Stay safe, brother.
You do not get Dolly talking about Justin over there. And Derwood needs
Let's talk about how he doesn't know what the other one is. Like,
yeah,
Oh,
Charmaine.
he knew your name, Charmaine.
Yeah. Yeah, Kent knows your name, Charmaine.
Dolly.
No, I think Dolly does too, but he just can't say it.
Dolly does too, right?
I'm sure Dolly does, but he can't think. He's not so quick with the actual. He's quick-witted, but he can't
I
come
know.
up with actual. Watching you,
Yeah.
Dolly.
So you basically get Justin being called a monkey and a chimpanzee from Dolly, and then Darren's calling him a dink.
It's because Justin has a pet monkey. I think that's where that's coming.
He does.
Justin has like an actual manchichi. Yeah, like a spider monkey. Like
I
in
didn't
real
know
life.
that for a long time, actually, Lauren. So all of a sudden I was like, because it'd be like Justin and whatever his monkey's name, and I'm like, is this like? I was thinking, is that like an invisible friend that or something? And then one day I see this monkey, and I'm like, oh my god, because there's a couple monkey shows that I watch.
Sunny.
What?
Darren wants you to call him.
Sunny, get Sunny to call me. Okay. I almost didn't notice that. Probably have better. Okay, let's call Derwood. Oh my goodness, doll.
Good catch, Charmaine. I never seen it.
Okay, give me a second here. Wait, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna plug in my phone while I do this. 1 sec.
Yeah, I haven't been watching true crime for a long time at all. So I've only seen Clutches and Pearls a couple times. But when he was like, "Oh, such and such is my monkey," I was like, "No way!" And he's like, "It's right here." And then he picks the monkey up from the ground. I was just like, I mean, so I thought that was really cool. And I don't dislike him totally either. But yeah,
Darren.
You got it. I'm just
sorry.
filling up the space.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm just telling Darren to give me a sec now.
Yeah.
At this, here's the number right here. Okay, I'll call. 1
Yeah,
second.
well, I think Justin.
His name is Remy.
With Justin, I think it was just that he was cutting in and out so much, and Justin was trying to get answers.
I can see that, Kent. I can see that.
You guys, Darren, you obviously said your name and you said why, and
yes, I don't give a shit. They can know my name if they want. My name's Darren. So D-A-R-I-N.
Yeah, when I seen someone put it in chat, I'm like, someone said you were on Dolly. Yeah.
Try volume up with Derwood, please.
Yes, please.
Very happy right now.
Okay, hold 1 second. 1 second. Because I'm holding it the same way I did. Darren, just do me a favor. Just say test 1, 2, 3 for me, so make sure everyone can hear you.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
That's better.
Okay, perfect.
It's better, but it can be louder.
And I'm from Nova Scotia. I can even go up to 10 if you want.
That's good.
Okay,
Only if you tell us some more jokes there, Darren. That was a good one.
East Coast.
Okay, so you said you're very happy.
Yes, I'm extremely happy. I had a hell of a good second part of this day. Really good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now listen, you guys. You can believe this or not, but I'm done. I'm finished with this. I rode it to the end, and I'll tell you why. I never succeeded in bringing the kids back to us, but that wasn't going to happen anyway because CPS is not going to give those kids back when we find them. They're not going to give those kids back to us anyway, to the family anyway. They're, with all that's gone on, there's no way. Do you guys think so? And with Meadow, I mean, I don't think Malaya's ever going to get Meadow again. And so, but I'll tell you why I'm not happy about some of that. But I'll tell you what I found out later today. Okay, I had a real good. The person I needed to see later this afternoon. I got to them. Oh boy, and I can't say who they are, and I can't really say.
That's fine.
And I can't really say what they told me, but it's ironclad. It's 1,000% true, okay? I know exactly what happened to the kids. The kids are alive. The kids are probably not in Nova Scotia now, but the kids are safe. The kids are being taken care of by, I'm sure, by Malaya's native people. They're alive, and I'm probably, my goal in this was, I said, my number one goal, if we could get those kids back alive, that would have been it. But knowing what I found out today through CPS and the information that I found out from this person, and believe me, it's ironclad. It's 1,000%. The kids are alive, and somebody has them that's taking care of them. Meadow is in custody of CPS, and they're going to decide where Meadow goes. And I have no control over that. And if Logan could get temporary custody or permanent custody of Meadow, I would be happy with that. And I talked to well, I can't say that. Let's just say I recommended Logan to the proper people to have Meadow. Now, Jack and Lily, I'm telling you, they're alive, and I'm sure they're being protected by the Native community, probably not the Native community in Shubenacadie, and they may not even be in Canada. Now, that's what I know, and there's a big difference between what I know and what I think. So I just told you what I know, and if I tell you what I think, it's probably wrong.
I'm online, Mom.
Wait.
What's that?
No, sorry. That was
No,
Ken.
go ahead.
Mute yourself.
So that's all I got right at this point. If you ask me if you people ask me what I think, I might be wrong, but I'm telling you, I'm not wrong about what I said so far.
So just to confirm, so you said it's 1,000% ironclad that these children are alive.
Yep.
Jack
and if
Lily.
I turn out to be wrong, the source that informed me this afternoon, then I'll fully expose it to show people why I said I'm 1,000% right.
Okay, right.
Okay? But the only way I'll expose that is if I do turn out to be wrong.
Okay.
Because this source is very important, very in the know, very heavy, right in the middle of everything. And I almost said a he or she, and I'm not going to do that. They know everything that happened right from start to finish. I double-checked it with other people, other witnesses, other sources, and they have not been on any kind of publicity. They have not been on any kind of interview. They have not been on any kind of anything.
Okay. So.
And they have a good reason for that, by the way. So
Mm-hmm.
I hope this makes me feel hellish good.
Well, obviously we want Jack and Lily, we want them regardless. We want to know that they're fine, that they're alive, that they're not dead, that they're and stuff like that. So in your heart of hearts, do you believe this to be true?
1,000%.
1,000.
I'll tell you. If you want me to try to prove more of the genuineness of what I'm saying, you people out there, my name is Darren. My first name, my real name is Darin. My last name is Geddes, Geddes. I'm a Stellarton rat. I was born in Stellarton. I live in Trenton. I'm related to the Paddy Allen and the people, my family in Toro. I know the Mackenzie boys, James, Alvin, Earl, Daniel's father. I haven't known Earl. I only spotted him once. I've seen him a few times, but I've known James and Alvin and the rest of them for years. And
what?
I'm telling you that's the deal. So believe me or not, you guys, I know it's the internet, and but I just told you my real name. And anybody who wants to call me down or say I'm a liar or make excuses that they think they know that I'm wrong, go ahead. Feel free. Fill your boots. Go ahead.
Well, can I ask you a couple questions? Or
You can ask me anything you want, and if I can answer, I'd sure be glad to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, of course. So, Darren, like I said, people know exactly who you are. Your name is Darren Geddes on there. So my thing is this. If you're 1,000% and this person has told you, why is the RCMP, why is this case not been solved in RCMP and the $150,000 put up? So like that doesn't.
Because I think the RCMP are centered on one person, and I think they're centered on the wrong person, and they need two bodies to charge this person, and they can't find two bodies.
Okay. Lauren wants to ask you a question.
Listen, my friend is looking at me right now. She wants me to be done with this, and I told her I was going to have one more little go with this here to let you guys, to inform you guys. So I'm actually so thankful that I know what I know, and I'm actually so thankful that there's nothing else I can do. I can't bring those kids back here. I can't dictate who Meadow goes with. So I'm just relieved to have it off my back, because to tell you the truth, it's been pretty goddamn heavy for a while.
Yeah. Can Lauren ask you a question by chance, Darren?
You guys can ask me any goddamn thing, but I'll tell you, I don't want to be on here too long.
Don't worry.
Because the people right close to me here are upset. I'm drawing attention to my family.
Yeah.
And they don't want... They don't want me to draw more attention to my family much longer. So I'm very glad that this came when it did.
Yeah.
That I can put an end to this for myself and my family. And I'm so glad that the kids are alive. So yeah, Lauren or whoever wants to ask me anything, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Darren, don't even worry about it. It's not even so much of a question. Me personally, I absolutely believe you. I am worried. I'm afraid to believe that the kids are alive in case they are not. But I do believe what you're saying. I just wanted to say, it's not even a question though. I just wanted to say, in the United States on the reservations, I know in the United States on the reservations, it becomes a very tricky thing, because they literally cannot, law enforcement cannot enter in. And I don't know this for a fact, I have to look at it specifically, but from my understanding, the reservations in the States are run differently than they are in Canada, and the local police do not have jurisdiction on the reservations. I just wanted to point that out. So in case for some reason they were brought over here, it may be because...
And I want to inform you, it is different in Canada. The RCMP have full jurisdiction on the reservations as well. If it's a civil matter, the RCMP have to advise the authorities on the reservation before they go in, and they have to go in with the authorities on the reservation, sort of with their permission and cooperation. But in Canada, the RCMP have the ultimate authority to go into the reservations here in Canada.
And from my understanding, and this is a very loose understanding, it gets really complicated in a lot of these rural areas because the jurisdiction does change so quickly, and that is how a lot of First Nations people do go missing and under the radar and that type of thing here in the U.S. because of those kind of laws. Now, I definitely have to fact check it, but yeah. So I didn't have a question, Derwood. I just wanted to say that if they are here, it might be because. Oh, go ahead, Sonny.
No, because I know he wants to get going because he doesn't want to be on.
I'm going to put this on speakerphone, see if I can hear you better.
Sure. I just wanted to go to Charmaine. Charmaine, did you have a question for Darren?
There we go. What's this?
Let's see. I'm asking Charmaine. No? Okay.
I do not. I have many for you later, but no, I do not.
Okay. Kent, do you have 1 second? Sorry. Darlene, thank you. 1 second, Darren. 1 second.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Darlene. Thank you so much. Okay, Kent, did you have a question for Darren before we let him go? Kent? Let me unmute you, Kent.
You're mute, yeah.
Am I muted?
Oh my God, yes, but you're very loud. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. What? Do you have a question for Darren?
Yes, Darren. I would like to know if you think that the RCMP will be able to move forward on this with this information? If they get it from somebody, will they be able to move forward and at least tell the general public, listen, we know where the kids are. We won't be saying anything more. We know the kids are safe, and go from there. Do you think that will happen?
I definitely think that'll happen.
Okay.
That'll happen. But, I'm not very good to the RCMP, am I? As far as I'm concerned, they're stupid and they're slow, but they'll get there. Now they'll get there. And one thing about it is, I'm not going to give them any of the information I know, because I had to make a trade today. I had to make a trade today for the information I got, and the trade for the information was I never reveal what was given to me this afternoon. So I might be in some shit here, but oh well, too bad. I've been in shit before, I'll be in shit again.
Facebook.
Listen,
Yeah, go ahead, Darren.
I'm just so relieved. I really, for myself, I'm just so... Man, I found this pretty rugged the last month. I've had to deal with some pretty nasty people. And when I was younger, I could be pretty nasty. So it wasn't new to me, but it wasn't welcome to me. I'm too old, and I'm kind of a chicken nowadays. I like to steer away from stuff.
Now you do realize that the information that you just said is going to be like such a pot stir, because obviously we're going to have this case being still not saying anything from the RCMP. There's no conclusion besides you saying that 100% glad that this is true. But so you know that you just stirred the pot a lot more, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. My goal all along has been to find out if those kids were alive or not.
Yeah.
And my second, I was shooting for the gold medal to start off with. I'm stubborn, and I had in my head that if I pushed this hard enough, I could get those kids back. But then once CPS and that got involved, and once that all flew to hell, and then it got out of my control. That's why I was sickened yesterday and the day before, because I came up. Malaya was going to talk to me. Malaya was going to,
right.
and Malaya had one piece of information I needed to verify, just to finish off what happened. And the piece of information that I needed from her, it was directly connected to the vehicle on the side of the road. And nobody else could know that information but Malaya, because she was the only one there at that time. So it had to be Malaya to open that door for me. And she was willing to open that door for me, but I contacted her through her brother. And her brother initially didn't. It took me some time to gain his trust.
Right, Hayden.
Yeah, and I had to convince him that I was doing, and I was trying to do something good for Malaya. I wanted to get her out of shit out of this trouble before it went too far. But when she took off to the reservation from Cindy's place, that took it totally out of my hands as far as Meadow and her goes, because then that opened up the door for them to take Meadow, but it also opened up the door for the RCMP to use a lot of leverage on her. Now, I still don't think Malaya is going to tell the RCMP what I needed to know about the vehicle, about the train. Malaya's main goal in her mind in all this is to protect the kids.
Right.
Now, she did it the wrong way. She did it a stupid way. But Malaya was under pressure. And okay, and here's a theoretical thing for you, okay? And you know who it's coming from, so it's fully idiocy, put it that way. I picture this, okay? Picture this. Malaya's a young girl. She's very mild-mannered, very impressionable, and she's had a rough go of it. Not so much with Daniel. Their relationship was a lot better than the relationship they had before. She had a really rough go of it. As far as I'm concerned, she had some damage, she had some PTSD, she had depression, and she probably had postpartum depression. I can't diagnose because I'm a man. But she definitely had some issues. And she was easily upset. She was easy to put into fear because she had a panic sort of thing that if anybody even yelled, I believe Malaya sort of went panic, you know what I mean? Shut down, panicked. That's why her interview was so bad. Her initial and only interview to the public was so bad. She was scared shitless. She was froze right up. But in the end, Malaya, and that's why Malaya had a few close friends and a few semi-family members that were with her. Now, here's the theory, okay? Now, you can take this. It's not a theory to me, but everybody else, please take it as a theory so that you can't come back at me and say, no, you lied or you're full of shit. I mean, they'll say it anyway, but I don't really care. You picture a young girl in her situation, okay, that wanted out of there, that was looking at it like she just couldn't stand the situation anymore. She just wanted to change her life, okay? But yet she's very soft, very mild-mannered, not aggressive, no real power, no real ability to walk out of that totally herself. Okay, and then she reached out to family with her complaints, and she had some friends around her that were her age that were semi-related. By semi-related, I mean to in my family and in her heritage, they had a couple different fathers, like stepfathers, and then the native thing came into it, stuff like that. So she had some girls, and they were all girls. I want you to think about a group of young girls trying to get their friend out of trouble.
Okay.
And how stupid they can be, and the young boys can be just as stupid or worse. But I want you to think that Malaya was scared, hellish scared, okay? And maybe she had a right to be scared, but I think in a normal situation, if she would have had been a normal person, I think she would have still been very, frightful a little bit, but she wouldn't be frightful to the point of panic and terror attacks, you know what I mean? So I think amongst her friends, some of them coordinated and took it upon themselves to help their friend. And they did it in a very stupid way. If they'd have talked to an old idiot like myself, we might have been able to give them a better way to do that, because what they feared we could have protected her from right off the bat would have been no problem to protect her what she was scared of. And I believe if she would have done it that way and she wanted to separate and walk out, she could have walked out with her kids. She could have walked out peacefully. We could have drove her and take her to, like, some of my relatives have a good life, and we could have parked her in there, and some of us would have protected her and watched out for her, and her people would have protected her, helped her financially, would have helped her with the kids, and we could have brought her right along back into a life where she wouldn't have to be scared and she'd be protected. Now, as I've explained, I couldn't get her there. I couldn't do that. And some of it was time, because don't forget, I had to judge my relatives just the same as I had to judge Daniel's family. And when I judged it, I looked at my relatives, who I know a little better than Daniel's family, quite a bit better, and the characteristics of them. And so it struck me, it took me a long time, because Malaya shut down, you see. Actually, the Mackenzies and Daniel and another person on that side Logan never shut down on me. She gave me information and helped me. And I helped her, because we were helping each other to try to figure these kids out. Logan wanted these kids brutal. I mean, she's still trying to get Meadow. So. But
it doesn't, it's, Darren, and don't get me wrong, because I'm totally appreciating anything.
I don't get you wrong. I'm excited. I'm probably Brad.
Good. Now, I know Lauren, she's eagerly waiting to ask you something. Go ahead, Lauren.
Oh, you actually answered what I was going to ask, was like, honestly, just to be clear, that this really sprang this much out of control from Malaya making that one poor decision on that morning. But I guess you're explaining how this could have possibly spiraled into such a big thing. And yeah, that's all I wanted to
Okay.
add.
So
you listen to Daniel's testimony about that morning. Mm-hmm. Okay? Listen to that again. And listen to what he says about you just listen to his testimony about what he says. How can I say this? Because my source, I can't say something that's good. I made a deadly promise to keep this person out of this. Yeah. Look at Daniel's testimony again about what really happened that morning. And okay, Sonny, I mentioned to you before this about possibly the plan that Malaya had to get out of there. And I mentioned to you how it sort of got half uncovered, how it sort of botched up that morning
Yes, right.
Okay, that Daniel's mother was in the camper and they didn't think she was home. Okay? So that's what threw Malaya's plan into total shit, because early in the morning on that side of the road there was somebody there that, you know, Daniel's mother naturally and Daniel said this, leave this, I got a lot of this from Daniel, but I also corroborated it 3 different ways. Now, Daniel's made a lot of mistakes himself in his testimony. He's changed it all the time, and it's totally up to you guys. I'm not protecting Daniel anymore. I'm leaving that all up to other people. I'm leaving that up to the RCMP. I'm leaving that up to, I don't care, your viewers, whoever wants to. Daniel and I are friends, and until he does something that, if he does something that makes me not his friend, well, then we'll not be friends. But and I don't believe I believe Daniel's not totally faultless in relationship issues. Okay, what went on in between Daniel's relationship and Malaya's relationship, that's not my. There's no man has a right, if they're living together and they're trying to get along, no matter what is happening, there's nobody has the right to step in between them until somebody cries for help. So that's my position on that. Now, so as far as any kind of abuse or drug use or stuff like that, that's not my business. Malaya and Daniel lived together, so anything they did together as a couple and kept it private, it's nobody's business but theirs, because they decided to be together and be private. But this thing here, as soon as this happened, this bop-up happened, well, then it went from being private to public, because once those kids were needed to be found and needed to be searched for, well, then it turned out to everybody's business, because everybody needed to look for those kids. So then it wasn't just Daniel's business and Maria's business as a relationship. It was a serious goddamn issue to try to save the lives of these 2 kids.
So, Darren, just to ask you though, because like, obviously what's kind of running through my mind, and probably
I know what's running through your mind. Go ahead.
Well, I mean,
and Paul, what's her name? Your friend there, the second one down. What's her name?
Charmaine,
I know what's running through Charmaine's mind. She's probably ready to shoot me. But go
ahead. Well, no. What's so obviously?
Just one sec. Absolutely not, Derwin. I appreciate your candor and your time that you spend to come on here and tell us your information. I do not want to shoot you. I applaud you, even if I don't agree with you. I have to pee. I'll be right back.
I lied some to you guys, and through this, I lied to you guys, and I lied to some of your viewers, and I'll tell you why. Because there was information I needed to take my next step, and I had the choice of either lying. Now, don't forget, my relatives and the Mackenzies and a lot of people are watching everything I said on here. So to get a reaction out of them, I had the choice. I wanted them to get a message. And some of the lies I said were to get them to trust me, right? And so I had the choice. If I had to lie to get this person that was involved in this to trust me so that I could get information that I needed to get close to those kids, I'll lie 10 times.
Right.
Okay? Because it was important enough to lie over. So I apologize to people that there probably are some of your viewers. There's a lot of smart people. You know, there are some very intelligent, intuitive people, and some of them I even think caught the lies and recognized the lies, but the majority never. And the members of my family that I lied to get through this, and other people that I lied to get through this, I just want them to realize that I lied to them to get information to get as far as I got to find out about these kids, and I don't regret it for a minute.
Do you want me to say what you said to me this morning about that?
No.
I don't mean that part.
I'll tell you why. Because with the information I found out this afternoon, I'll tell you people what I did. I was worried I was worried today, like I said, I come up against a dead end. And I was worried today that my view on this had seriously changed over one issue. And I'll tell you, let me see, can I tell you what the issue was?
Can you?
Okay. I had started to seriously wonder about Daniel. Okay? I started to seriously, before I was, all through this, I'd find out information about Daniel that led me to him, but then, Jesus, something else would lead me away from him. And then I'd find out information that would lead me to Malaya and her friends, but then, Jesus, it would steer away. So it was like back and forth, back and forth. And gradually, I just cut things down. Now, here's what really pissed me off, okay, today, what really got me going. When Daniel told me, now I'm telling you what Daniel testified to himself. He testified to it in the interviews, and he testified to it directly to me numerous times. He testified to it to Logan. Mm-hmm. He testified to it to everybody. Daniel's claim was that on the morning this happened, he got up, realizing the kids were gone. He went outside, him and Malaya went outside, and Malaya was kind of stunned and looking guilty, and Daniel said, well, where's the kids? And she said, they're gone. And he said, well, where are they gone? Where are the kids? And how long have they been gone? And she said, 20 minutes. First he said, like, where are they? And she said she thought they were in the woods. So Daniel, in the 30 seconds he talked about, but first that he was in the woods, and everybody said, oh, Jesus, how would he go all around the country in 30 seconds? No, it was two different times. They got a little cabin beside the house that the kids play in. Actually, there's two. If you go halfway down the driveway and then left up over the shoulder of the driveway and then back towards the trailer, there's a little half-arse log cabin that somebody made for them, and it has like a playhouse for the kids.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay? And then there's another little one behind that's cut out from underneath a tree where they go up, and there was toys scattered in there and that. So Daniel's first thought was they're up in the cabin or they're in the playhouse. So this is where he ran down the driveway, ran up over the little bank up in by the cabin, and he did the whole circle in under 30 seconds. By then his mother was out looking for the kids. So then Daniel said to Malaya, well, where are the kids? And she, somewhere along the line, he got the idea that she was saying they were in the woods. So he grabbed the truck, having already looked at the edge of the property there where the cabin that was, and his mother was there. So his mother headed up through the woods by foot over to the other roads, over to the intersection of the other two roads, because the boot print they found was right on the edge of the bank, and it looked like it was pointing up over the side of the it looked like it was heading up over the bank into the woods. So his mother went searching for the kids up in the woods by foot, while Daniel grabbed his van or truck and went out the driveway and then circled around the roads, and his mother went right through, and they pretty well met over on the other side. So then that wasn't, see, it was two searches, the 30-second search by foot first by Daniel, and then it was into the woods, right? So by the time Daniel gets back, the Mountie said, now the story, and this is true because my sources verify even this conversation. When Daniel got back after the 30-second search, Malaya looked at him kind of stunned and said, well, should I call the cops? And Daniel's exact words were, yes, call the fucking cops. That was his exact words. She called the cops. Daniel took his truck and went looking around the roads for the kids because he had already checked beside the place. His mother was heading up through the woods following the direction of this track, and she was going by foot through the woods, searching through the woods. And by the time Daniel came back, the Mounties were very close. By the time Daniel, and I even checked the timeline 3 or 4 different ways. It was 16 minutes later from the time that Malaya called the cops that the Mounties landed. So this is how fast this happened, because they were up the road investigating another thing when they got the call. So it was only 16 minutes before the Mounties landed, which is goddamn fast. So then Malaya started talking abduction. She changed her story and started talking abduction. Then she started, there's where she made a mistake. She was in panic mode, and first she said the woods, then she said abduction. And that threw the cops into a totally other a totally other manner. So then they started looking at search. And then the cops did a good job that way. Immediately, they looked around themselves as much as they could, quickly, and they were counting that they needed to move fast, because in these cases, apparently, the first few hours are very important, because I guess the kids can't travel that far, in a few hours. So anyway, then immediately, they went getting searchers and dogs out there, right? So things escalated. So by the time Malaya even had a chance to calm down and get her wits about her, things had escalated so fast and so big that she couldn't back out. Then in her mind, she couldn't change her story. So she got grilled from, they're in the woods, they went through the back door, the quiet back door, which wasn't that quiet, and then, like I said, then it escalated so fast that now think about Malaya, think about how shape mentally she was in, and think about how scared she was. And then when you've got hundreds of people landing in there with cops and dogs and all this going on, helicopters landing, the helicopters swept the road too, so the helicopters there in minutes. So you've got the cops landing in 16 minutes. You've got all right, there's 12 minutes. Okay, Now this is very curious to me, and I checked it out. Cindy, they must have been on their way to visit them or something. But Malaya called her mother, of course, and said, Jesus, the kids are missing.
Right.
And, okay, now I don't know why. I mean, she probably was just trying to make it. I don't know why she'd do that way, but I don't think her mind would be predictable at that point. And anyway, it was only 12 minutes after the cops got there. So it was 16 minutes from the time she initially called the cops till the Mounties got there. Then it was 12 minutes after that Cindy's mother and Cindy's live-in husband landed. So that's 28 minutes. So see, this is one thing that bugged me. This is why I thought Cindy's in on this. Because initially I thought my relative, I hated to think it, but I thought Cindy's got to be in on this because Cindy lives in Wentworth. And it takes a hell of a lot longer to get from Wentworth to Lansdowne than 28 minutes. So then another thing that I found out today, you see, from this really, really good witness, and if they're watching this, I'm going to uphold my promise to you, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because you did a lot. You really did a lot. And you're taking a chance on me, and I won't let you down. So, see, what confused me, too, about Cindy and her husband being there so quick from Wentworth was I took for granted that Patty was with them and landed at the same time. So I thought this might be a collusion between my family because there's no way could Patty get from Truro with them, right? But then I found out today, no, it was separate. They got there in 28 minutes, which I was still curious about, but Patty took her own car and landed pretty near an hour later.
Okay.
So that straightened that out for me, see? And so that cleared me of Patty, and I talked to Patty, and I checked on Patty, and Patty's lovely. And the Mackenzies love Patty. Everybody loves Patty. So that timeline, I was still very curious about Cindy. And I came to realize that was just a fluke. They were on the way to visit anyway.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that's the way that initially went down. So and Melissa, and what else can I say? Like, what else can I say?
Well,
you tell me what else I can say.
Yeah.
Because that's the way it went down.
Okay, so just things are rambling through my head here, but quickly. Did we ever find out what day Daniel actually works on during the week? Mondays. Okay, perfect. Now
I found that out for you today too. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And what I was going to ask you before was only the fact that you said to take down your name so that when you said that you had to ask people to forgive you for lying, that's the only thing I was going to say about that earlier. I wasn't going to say anything about Daniel or anything like that. It was just simply that you had called me this morning to tell me to take down your name, so that when you wanted to come out and say something. And so I was just kind of confirming to people what you had said to me this morning about.
Well, I'll explain to you why I did that this morning, okay?
Sure.
I explained, I don't know if I explained to you at the time. I wanted that information. At the time, I was 90% sure that what I was telling you was correct.
Right.
But I was going to see some people
Right.
about this that I wasn't sure I'd be coming back from.
Right. Oh.
So if I never came back, I wanted somebody to be able to say, this is what he thought when he went to do this. And if he went to do this and I ended up not coming back,
right,
then that would give you a good, strong trail to follow as to maybe
what happened.
Yeah.
Your errands.
So the people I went to see, I never expected this, you see. I expected a different thing altogether.
Different outcome, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I went to see these people, and...
But what... Darren,
and that's why things changed on that. That's why things changed in the circumstances that I told you on that letter.
Yeah.
Things changed a lot. So that's not total. That's not even near totally accurate. It might be 50% accurate. But I'll tell you this. I will tell you this, guys. In the end result, if Daniel was guilty of and being involved in the disappearance of these kids, the kids would have definitely been dead. No two ways about it. If Daniel was guilty of that, they would definitely be dead. If Daniel was innocent of that, and I'm only talking about the removal of the kids. I'm not talking about their life together. I'm only talking about the disappearance of the kids, okay? If Daniel had no direct involvement with the disappearance of the kids, then I knew the kids were going to be alive.
Right. Which you said.
Because Malaya was not going to have the kids killed or seriously harmed. Okay? And at the beginning of this, and even this morning, I wasn't sure about Daniel, but I'm sure now. So Daniel still got a lot of answering to do.
Yeah.
And so there you go. That's what I got.
So I do like what I'm torn here about is, and again, one second, Darren. For anyone in chat, again, you can take it with a grain of salt. Be respectful in chat to regardless what Darren is saying. We're not here to be, you can have your opinions for sure, but just say it in a respectful way. At the end of the day, this is information, regardless how you want to take it, of information you didn't have, say, 30 minutes ago or whatever. So use your own brain cells.
I hope I'm not being disrespectful.
No, you're not. No. But the thing is, what you've caused is this is going to implode, explode, whatever. Because I think, Darren, one of the definite questions here is people want to know, there's been hundreds of, probably $1,000s of search money being used.
And somebody's going to have to answer for that.
Right. Okay. And so.
And I've already. The cops know about that, and so that's another thing I'm happy about. That's all out of my hands.
Right.
And everything is in Child Protection Services' hands. It's their authority. It's their problem. As far as the expenses, as far as the cops know everything. The cops know it all. So, and the justice system knows it all. So that's up to them to work that through.
Yeah.
And if they punish Malaya financially or Daniel financially or anything else, that's totally up to them. And hey. You got to pay for your mistakes too, I guess, in this life.
So now, what I know, I don't know if you can say it or not, but what would have been the purpose to keep this ongoing? What would have created something to go from, say, a small lie to this humongous thing where everyone across the country, world, whatever, is covering this case, and yet you found out information 100% ironclad according to you, right? Because that's how you feel, and then you're happy with that answer, and I get that. But why would this lie continue? What was the kids put in such protection for?
Fear, Malaya's fear. Listen.
Yeah.
When as the publicity started, and it started so fast, as all the stories started on the internet, as all the stories started on television, as all the speculation. I mean, right off the bat, people were saying, "Oh, they're no good murderers. They sold the kids for drugs. Daniel sold the kids for drugs. He sold them for sex slaves, and all the shit that people were saying." Malaya was watching this. And it just scared her more and more and more and more. So it got built up. Really, publicity built it up. Publicity built it up to the point where, and then see, relatives, the natives and that wanted to protect the kids, and that was the only place. In the end, that was the only place that Malaya felt like. This is what I believe. Now, that was the only place. It's a foreign nation. They're a sovereign nation. And that was the only place. And she was getting advice. See, her relatives are native. Don't forget that very closely, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she was getting advice right off the start from some native relatives about the legalities of the reservations and about the what rights native people have and how things work on the reserves. So it got built up so big because it happened so fast. And so many people speculating and claiming, oh, I know this and I know that. And Malaya's sitting there. There's people sitting there reading like these chats and reading these comments and that.
Yeah.
And these people are calling them like child traffickers, child molesters, child killers, baby killers, and threatening them. But these people have gotten a lot of death. I've got some pretty nice little ones.
Yeah.
These people have gotten a lot of death threats. Like, Jesus Christ! So you got a little girl that made a bad mistake and some stupid mistakes, and she's getting scared shitless more every day.
Right.
And that's how it got so big. People made it big. We made it big.
Well,
now, if you know, I never made this big up until I came to a dead end. And I realized the only way I was going to get information, because there was people that pretty well refused to talk to me at all about it, and the only way I was going to get a message through to these people was to go online, Now, you know I'm a technical dinosaur, so it scared me.
Yeah, I get it.
Jesus Christ, I can barely use Facebook. This is a flip phone. I can dial it and call somebody, and somebody can call me, but I don't even know how to text on this goddamn thing.
I know.
So you had to help me for half an hour to get onto your goddamn program the first time.
No, you did good.
So that's the whole. It's very simple when you go look at it from start to finish. And I know you're skeptical, and you should be.
Well, I have to absorb it. I have to absorb the information.
Yeah, because it's such a drastic change, isn't it?
Well, it is. And the thing is, it's because it's like, like we're talking about something that started off as you think that these children are coming back within a couple hours, turns into this wild ride that just seems ridiculous. Like it's like sci-fi freaking movie going on here, and you're going, well, what's real? Who's telling the truth? If you if you say you're lying, that you had to lie in order to do this, and everyone thinks that Daniel's lying or Malaya's lying, and then you're like, so this was all about two kids that you're trying to
all about a panicked mother that was having problems and in a relationship and was scared for her kids and made a bad decision about how to protect her kids, and that's all, and had some little friends to help her like this. I believe this transporting and that, and started off with a group of little girls that didn't realize they were trying to do something good for their friend, but they didn't realize what was going to go on here, and that's what I believe. Now I want the cops to move. Don't jerk around, you guys. These kids could be anywhere. Could be anywhere from. These kids, these kids could be anywhere from a farmhouse outside of Tattamakush to Plattsburgh, New York. These kids could have gone through the big reserve in Ontario. I have a hard time saying it. The one that borders Canada and the United States. Now, these kids could be, but see, I have no ability. I don't have the ability. I don't have the resources, and find that. But I'm glad I'm glad Meadow's safe. And as far as these two kids, I'm 1,000%. See, the main reason I know these kids are alive is because people that cared about them are the ones that don't. Okay,
but they wouldn't tell you where the kids are, right?
No, of course. The kids are. I'll say 99% the kids are with natives.
Okay, on a reservation, do you think?
I don't believe they're on the Shubi reservation because any band council that takes the risk on this kind of thing, it's too much of a risk for the whole community. I've talked to some natives, a lot of natives, not a lot, but I've talked to a few natives and found out some stuff about it. A ban, and you can't hide that on a small reserve. You can't hide 2 kids on a small reserve, right? Because, I mean, the natives are a very tight-knit group.
Yeah, I get that.
And you can't hide 2 kids, especially with the publicity that's been going on here on a small reserve.
Yeah.
So that's another reason. If they're on a reserve, which I think whether it's in the States or whether it's in Canada, they're on a larger. If they're on a reserve, they're on a larger reserve where they're easier to hide. And the native community is very tight together, and
But
that's why they were given. I believe that's why they were given. They tried to get them Indian status 3 or 4 times before they disappeared. So explain to me why there's one little kick that started me off in that direction. Why would they give them Indian status the same day that they disappeared? If those kids were in the woods, and the cops were saying they really thought they were in the woods, and they didn't. The second day they were saying they were worried about them surviving. Well, why? If those kids were in the woods and they thought they weren't going to come out of there, why would they bother giving them Indian status the same day they got lost in the woods?
And this person that gave you that information, Darren, you 1 billion trillion % believe them.
Yep.
You said you traded for something, and obviously you're not going to say
a bigger number than I can state, more zeros than I can state as far as the percentage goes. This person is so rock solid. No way, man. 1,000%. And I've double checked her with 3. And I said her. I screwed up one part.
Yeah.
Now I double checked this person with 3 or 4 other sources that had knowledge right from. And in my family, and in their family, and in the native community, and the whole thing. It broke it right open for me. That opened everything up for me, because I found out more. I was looking for a clue to the name of the person who was either driving the vehicle that picked up the kids at the end of the driveway. Like I said, I lost my first chance at that with Malaya getting shut down.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Oh.
And this is all going to end it's all going to end in a few minutes. So anyway, I lost a clue when Malaya's family on the reserve strongly advised her not to leave the reserve and strongly advised her not to talk to me. So of course she's going to listen to her family.
Why did she risk Meadow though? Like if there was a conflict.
Panic. Her mother and her Cindy. Now Cindy's going to be dirty at me probably, but her mother and her never got along. They don't get along.
Right.
Cindy hated Daniel. Daniel hated Cindy. So you got a mother-in-law and you guys. I imagine some of you know what that's like. In a family relationship. And by the way, that Belinda Gray.
Yeah.
That woman.
Yeah.
God love her. She's.
Absolutely.
God love her.
Absolutely.
God love her.
Well, see, because.
All right, now listen, I can't keep up with this.
I know.
I'm taking a lot of heat right now just for staying on here this long. I'm disturbing people pretty bad.
Okay.
So if all I can say is, people, if you believe me, great. I hope we're friendly. If not, too bad. Go get some butthurt salve, because I proved to myself, most importantly, that the kids are alive. And I want the cops to move your goddamn fat asses, you sons of bitches. Get on the goddamn move. It's been 7 weeks. You guys have the resources. If you got to break the law, if you got to pull some strings, whatever you got to do, go find these goddamn kids. And I'm talking about the states too. There's American cops in on this too. So come on, boys! Jesus Christ! If you can't find these kids, nobody can.
Well, Charmaine doesn't feel like they could even made it over the border with like the Trump things. Charmaine,
there's no way. There's just no way that 2 kids without identification are going to get across the border, status or not. With the new government measures, millions of dollars put into border security to try to get rid of Trump's tariffs. You're telling me that, and not you, Derwin, I'm talking about the people in chat, but you're actually telling me that they're going to be allowed to cross the border with 2 little kids with this missing persons alert out, with 2 little kids that don't have documentation, maybe a birth certificate, but you still need the parental
Now, if you remember what I said about that, that was the part where I said I couldn't 100% say that was the truth,
Right.
but it was my belief. Now I'm going to tell you something, and Charmaine, I love you. I think you're purely genuine. Now I'm going to tell you something. I did a lot of traveling in Canada, not so much out of Canada over my life. And if you've ever been out through Alberta and BC, especially Alberta, down around the border, just close to Lethbridge, and there's some small towns around there,
Yeah.
and along the prairies, there's farm roads. I can take. Me and my brother used to go up into Alberta. Now, they live in Alberta permanently now, both my older brothers. We could go to Alberta. We could buy cars, because the bodies were real good on them. We'd buy cars. My brother still does it. He can go down from Alberta on farm roads. What do they call them? There's a name for them. They call them out there. We can go back and forth in the United States with cars and trucks and anything we want right to this day.
Is that it? I don't think so. Not with the new, especially with Danielle Smith in power here. She is serious about that border control. She's basically mini Trump. So that in Alberta is irrelevant because they didn't bring the kids to Alberta to cross this border.
No, it's not relevant at all. It's not relevant at all. The Saskatchewan Reserve borders in Ontario is one of the biggest reserves in Canada. It borders Canada, or not, maybe half it. There's a large percent of it in Ontario and a large percent of it in the States. Now, how do you think the illegal cigarettes get out of there? Most of the illegal cigarettes in Canada come from that reserve. Mm-hmm. And they go into the States and into Canada by the tractor-trailer load.
I believe that it was that way for a very, very long time, but like this is in the last 6 months, Darren. Like this, the border security is.
I know it got worse with Trump. I know it got a little tighter with Trump.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna honestly, Darren, I kind of agree with you on this one.
Now remember, please, Charmaine, that I said that I'm not 100%
sure. Yeah.
No, I know.
And I'm saying. They could be in a farmhouse in Tatamagouche. Is one of my outside of Tatamagouche. That was one of my first act, and they might have been there, and they might have got shuffled out of there, and they could be on the reserve in Shubenacadie, but also don't forget all natives don't live on reserves. So there's a lot of places they could have got shuffled around to in 7 weeks.
Darren, were you by chance? Can I ask you? Were you provided proof of life?
Was I provided proof of life?
Yeah.
I was provided proof of life by verifying the fact that they were picked up on the side of the road and taken under Malaya's and her friends' control.
Okay, so
there's no killers there. There's no killers in those bunch of girls.
Right. I was just wondering if by chance, like you actually got proof of life. But that's your proof.
A big part of my proof is verified to me to be the total
right.
Proof.
Yeah, and I know obviously you know what you know. We don't know what you know on this. Do you see this? The kids being brought back and to the forefront again, like meaning
how long?
I don't think by the time those kids, if they're ever allowed, how do I say that? Not so much allowed. If they're ever introduced to this area again, they'll be a lot older and they'll look a lot different. They'll have different names. They'll have different identifications. They'll never come back here. Not in that way. Not to the same families. Not around the same families they were away from. No.
This is crazy. You know it's crazy, right?
I know. I sound crazy. I know.
Well, I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm just saying this whole thing is crazy.
Oh, no problem. I'll say I'm crazy right now with it because it's goddamn near driving me insane.
Yeah. So
that's my boost on it. If I could verify exactly where those kids were, I'd go get the major crime unit. I'd go get Jordan Boy, the head guy, one of the head guys, major crime unit. I'd say, "Come on, Arsehole, let's go for a drive." And I take him and we go get those kids.
Yeah.
But see, they're so far ahead of us now. They're so far ahead of anybody after 7 weeks, and they got native status on the first day. Malaya never said a word. Now, I believe there's where the nut has to crack. There's where I believe the nut has to crack. Malaya, and I believe that'll happen. I believe Malaya is going to break, and she's going to incriminate herself in about probably 10 different ways. And I believe the Mounties and the Major Crime Unit and that, I believe they'll solve the mystery right through to the end. But will they be? What will the results be? I don't really know. Malaya will probably Malaya might end up doing, if they want to really prosecute her hard, she'll probably end up doing 2 to 10 and being bankrupt the rest of her life, because if she gets sued for the expenses of one of the biggest searches in Canada, that's fine, but she can't go bankrupt, because when it's criminal or fraud, then you're not protected by any type of bankruptcy. And don't forget Daniel's in there too, because Daniel initially lied, right?
Right.
In the what seemed like to try to protect Malaya and that, Daniel initially lied back and forth about abduction and about a lot of stuff.
You saw Daniel today, right? Go ahead.
I saw Daniel early this morning, yeah.
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 Is she shitting bricks about all this, or what? Do you know?
Well, I impressed the fact on him that you better be shitting bricks, because the Daniel's big problem is that I believe Daniel's still under heavy surveillance. He can't move. He can't move without helicopters on him, without drones on him, without being followed. I believe they probably have what do you call it?
What, recording?
They probably got not a bug on his car. They can't listen, but I think they have something stuck
Tracker.
on his vehicles. That's right. What do you call GPS?
Yeah.
I believe they probably got a GPS on his vehicles, and probably his family's vehicles too. And they probably got one on mine, because everywhere I went in the last week, man, there was undercover cops, marked cars, a blonde girl. I don't know. I think she was a private eye taking pictures of me all the goddamn
She could have
time.
been.
And a couple of times I took Daniel for a drive, and we tried to go somewhere. We watched pretty careful, because I wanted to have serious talks with him, right? And this blonde girl kept turning up, taking goddamn pictures of us. So, I didn't care about that. I didn't care about me being exposed, and they already knew about Daniel, so I don't know what the purpose of that would have been. Big thrill. Yeah, I was with Dan, because I had already told the Major Crime Unit that I was in this.
Well,
And
I mean, you obviously would have told Daniel the same information that you're telling us on this, yeah?
Don't think I never lied to Daniel. Don't think I never lied to Daniel through this to get certain information out of him either.
So, but
I lied to everybody at certain times.
Yeah.
I told the truth to people at certain times, but at certain times, I lied to people to get out of them what I needed to go to the next step, to try to find out what really happened.
Right. So if you found out this information today with the person that you talked to, Darren, I mean, so how did Daniel take this then? Because if you say that you have 1,000 billion% clad reason to know that they're alive, like, so how's Daniel then feeling? Because obviously you would have given him this information that you're telling us.
No, I never told him this information. I just told him I was finally done with this. I said, I believe the kids are alive, Daniel. And I said, as far as me going after you for any kind of relationship problems, any kind of abuse, as far as your relationship between you and Malaya, that was none of my business. Malaya decided to stay with you, and no matter what happened there, that's over now anyway. But that's not. I'm not going to spend my life running around trying to prosecute or trying to punish some guy for
right.
Or girl. I'm not going to try to punish Malaya or Daniel for any kind of mild abuse or anything like that, or any kind of neglect. They both are guilty of neglect. There's another thing. See, there's going to be a lot of punishment come down the pipe if the authorities decide to do that, because I mean it's been proven that they were neglectful of these kids. That the kids were getting out early in the morning and playing around the yard, out by the road, and in the backyard in the fenced-in area, and up in the woods with the little cabin. So I mean, they got into the habit of sleeping in, and since the baby came along. Malaya got into the habit of the baby would wake up, and then she'd get up and take care of whatever the baby needed to quiet it down, whether it was a little food or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. And then when the baby quieted down, they'd go back to bed. And I'll tell you, there was family members on their side that were very pissed off about that. Mm-hmm. I was told by one of their family members today
Yeah.
that they would like me to take Daniel and beat the living shit out of him because he won't listen to them. And I just said, look, I'm getting a little too old for that thing, and to start with, that's none of my business. I'm not going to get in between the Mackenzie family. I'm not. Besides that, if that happened, he'd go get his uncles, and then we'd be into it with a whole bunch of them. And I was already into it with them years ago when we were younger, and we made it through it. Nobody got killed, and we're actually friendly, for the last 15, 20 years.
Does Cindy then and Patty, do they know about, obviously, I mean, you can only answer what you can answer, but do they know about all this? Because you obviously talked with somebody, whoever it is, without you saying it, of course. But you said that you thought that Cindy had.
They don't know about the particulars of this yet. I'm going to tell them the same thing I'm telling you, that I'm done with this.
Okay.
That the kids are alive. That I'm done with this, and I'm just going to reassure them that the kids are alive. Malaya already knows the kids are alive. So why? I'm not going to have to go tell. I will tell my family because Malaya's. Now, don't get me wrong. The last day, I don't know if Malaya's been arrested. There was some stuff about that Malaya would have to be arrested because Meadow got taken away. Well, I can't verify that. I don't think she was. But I think she, as far as I know, she's still on the res. But I'm going to have to go talk to my family. Sure, I'm going to have to go talk to Patty and Debbie and Cindy. And privately, I'll tell them the same thing. I'll tell them what I know happened. And I'll tell them how I know it happened, but I will not tell them about this person and about these two people that gave me this information today, because if I do break this confidence of what I learned today,
right? I
mean, don't forget now, this is a rough little place at times, and I'm a little scared of getting over my head.
Yeah.
So I'll tell my family. I'll tell them that, listen, you guys, the kids are alive. I'm so sure of that, and I'll tell you why they're alive. I'll tell you, and I know they'll listen, and I'll tell them everything that I'm telling you that I told you, but I will not reveal I will not reveal the source of this final information to anybody.
Yeah. Now, Malaya did talk.
I'm sorry if you can't understand why, or you don't.
No, of course. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, just letting you say whatever it is. Like at the end of the day, regardless, people are going to take this. I know that this is going to go shit ass sideways, and I know for a fact, right? I know for a fact, Darren, and we know if you're a strong person and believe what you believe, absolutely, you will know your truth, right? But I know for a fact that this is going to come off as that you're crazy and kooky, and that this is. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, just because we know the internet, we know how it works, and this is going to be a hard pill to swallow. Absolutely, right?
Yep.
So you know you're going to be under attack for sure after this, right?
Well, they can attack me all they want on the internet, or they can attack me all they want in a lot of ways. But if they want to attack me in a certain way, well, they might be making a mistake, because don't forget, it's a rough little country down here, and I got some pretty rough goddamn friends myself. I'm an old man, but
I wasn't talking physically, but you're like the shade bombs are going to happen for sure. That's just a given.
Well, who cares?
Yeah, but if you
like you say about your channel, you just get information, you disseminate it.
Absolutely.
And you don't care. Your job is to disseminate information, and you don't care. You get criticism, and you get shit like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you can handle it, I'm pretty sure I can. So
I know.
Let them go, because I'll tell you, I believe a lot of the people that do that kind of thing are idiots, and I really don't have much value in idiots. I don't want them for my friends. I don't want them to be around me. I don't care. So, and as far as what they say, I really have no value in it. They can say whatever they want, and I can honestly, if I hear it and see, I can laugh at it. I do have enough confidence in myself to just laugh at them and say, carry on, bro.
Well, I know you're a strong person, absolutely.
No, I'm not, but I'm ignorant, I guess.
I mean, this whole thing with you has been, regardless, was you wanted the answers for Jack and Lily. That was the bottom line of it. You didn't owe anything to us, to the internet, or anybody.
What other motive could I have? I've never been on.
No, you want.
I've never been on public display. I've never been.
Right. Yeah.
I've had a computer for years and watched a lot of this stuff for years.
Yeah.
I've never communicated with any of these podcasts, and I have had no need to, no urge to, no nothing. It's been purely entertainment purposes for me when I'm bored to watch some stuff on these podcasts and watch the stuff on YouTube and that. I have no. The only reason I started with Dolly Vision.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the main reason Dolly Vision got the first call on this. He was the only one I could find that put the phone number up.
I know, you said. I get it. And you know what? I want to say that's from Dolly's channel to this channel, and for hopefully other people out there, regardless. However they want to take it. It's family speaking. They can take it however they want. They will twist and turn whatever they want to.
The bottom line is, if the people that I can't satisfy on here now, as far as this situation goes, I'm sorry, but I satisfied myself, and as far as I'm concerned, that's the most important thing to me. And I feel joy that I know these kids are alive and being cared for.
Well,
there's a question in chat, Sunny. Just Kelly was wondering if he has talked to Cindy lately, and I don't know what the point of that question is. But
I messaged Cindy yesterday, and I talked to her on the phone voice-wise the day before yesterday. And before this, Cindy and I were actually we had a meeting scheduled for tonight, because the information that I needed, Cindy was another one who possibly could have supplied a name.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to tell you an interesting little thing. No, I'm not. Listen, I got to stop. I've got to stop this, because my woman's getting ready to come through the door and blow my brains right out, because this has been so irritating to her. Right? Her nerves don't take this, and my nerves are bad over it. And I mean, her son is calling her and telling her, for Jesus' sake, to shut me up, because he's getting people around here recognize my picture when that other didn't put my picture up, right?
Somebody.
And I'm well known in this community. I ran an excavation business for 30 years. I know a lot of people, and a lot of people know me. And the people that there's always people that don't like you. Well, it snowballed pretty good. So and like I say, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to do. I've gone as far as I can.
Yeah.
And I think I got second place is what I got. First place would have been bringing those kids home, giving them a goddamn bowl of ice cream, and then calling somebody and saying, listen, we got the kids, whoever's in authority here, Bob, CPS, whoever's in authority here, for Jesus' sake, come and get those kids. But that was my first, that would have been the winning line. That would have been a big one. That would have been a real good day. But I never made it. I'm sorry I never made it, but I never made it.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Darren, like I said, you know your own truth regardless. And just like me, I'm strong enough to know the truth of the truth, right? And again, I don't have to justify myself to anyone besides myself.
There's a good idea. There's a good idea. The chat, somebody just said something about Belinda and custody. Well, no, maybe that's not a good idea, because her young fella, Sullivan,
Cody,
there's some question marks about him. So,
but
Belinda should definitely have visitation, if she could get visitation of Meadow and that, and that Belinda. I think from what I've seen and heard of Belinda, I think Belinda's a pretty nice woman. I think she's pretty.
Absolutely, but she obviously has no genealogical attachment to Meadow at all, right?
No, but when you love a kid, when you love somebody, you love them. And she loved Malaya mainly. That's her.
Well, she never got to see. Go ahead.
What's that? You said again?
No, I was going to say she hasn't even seen Meadow.
Her and Malaya, before Meadow was born, and not Cindy, but before Meadow was born, Malaya used to take the kids and go visit Belinda regularly. Right. So what happened was, I believe that once Meadow was born, I don't think Belinda was, and this is a guess on my part, pure guess. I don't think Belinda was overly fond, put it that way, of Daniel. So Belinda, I don't think felt comfortable going and visiting them, or she would have.
Well,
and that's only a guess on my part.
Yeah,
she'd
actually already answered that one. She said to Malaya, we showed those messages yesterday because Belinda given them to me, and she said, like, why didn't you just give us your address? And then she said, because Daniel didn't want nobody to have it. They didn't want him to have it because she wanted to see the babies.
Yeah.
But,
well, I'm sorry, but I'm absolutely done now.
Yeah, that's.
I thank you all. And
No.
I mean, you won't see me on any of this shit anymore. I don't like it. And I don't have anything to contribute.
Hopefully we see you in chat anyways. It would be terrible if this was our last.
Peace. Walk with Jesus Christ in faith, and I'll try it too. Everybody, do what you got to do. Carry on.
Thank you, Darren. Thank you. Oh, and he's gone on there. Okay. I freaking if I didn't need a drink before, I definitely did drink now.
I was thinking, what do I have in my fridge right now? I don't even know.
I got drinks in my fridge. I got these Mai Tai things that I need to. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so I need to absorb all of that. Is what I
was going to say. Why don't we hear from Kent and we'll absorb? He's been kind of absorbing this whole time, so I'd like to hear from Kent.
And I'll be right back as I get my drink and I can still hear you. You guys, thank you in chat again, Jack and Lily. Again, regardless of what you guys think of the conversation, it was information coming out from a family member. However you want to take that, it's totally up to you. Bottom line, this is about Jack and Lily, and if Darren's at peace with what he feels that he knows the truth of and stuff like that, again, you can't take that away from him. But
absolutely.
No one's going to sit there and try to convince you of something if you don't believe something either. That's, you guys got to follow your own feelings and whatever. But anyways, Kent, go ahead. Thank you guys.
If Kent is still awake. Kent.
He's there.
Kent,
talk.
No, you're muted. Kent, so unmute.
I unmuted him.
Oh no, it still says mute on my. Okay, sorry. The screens are time delayed.
Kent, can you hear us? Wake up from your nappy, wakey, shake and bakey. Kent? The Kent. Oh, see, he dropped. He probably didn't realize he dropped. Kent. Let's see. Oh, there he comes. Here he comes. Where did he go? I hear a pop, but I don't see him. Kent. Oh, wait, there he is. Hold on. Remove from the studio. There he is. Hey, Kent. Welcome back.
I had to back out to come back in because you wouldn't unmute me. And I couldn't get back out of the chat. I wanted to talk before Darwin left. Anyways, everybody take this as you may. You may believe it, you may not. That man is passionate and believes that these kids are alive. Now, as far as them coming back, like I say, coming back to the family, anybody that has ever dealt with DCS, and I think Charmaine probably, not saying that she has, but I think from what I'm hearing, that her work situation and stuff, she knows a lot more about them. But the only thing that I've ever dealt with them with, because I don't have kids myself, but my sister adopted a child, and they were foster parents for 8 years before they got approved to adopt a baby. And we got a kid, and she's now 15 years old, and we love her as if she's our blood. So I'll say that on that. But believe Derwood if you believe him. Don't believe him if you don't believe him. But the question that I was able to ask is, does he think that the RCMP will be able to move forward from this point? And when I say bring the kids back, I'm talking about bringing them back into reality, that because everybody that still has questions out there, oh, well, how are we supposed to believe him? He lied to us. He said he lied to us on this. He said he lied to us on that. Well, those are the people that need the RCMP to come out, and hopefully fairly quickly next week or as soon as possible, because they're going to still want to put a case together for whether it's the neglect or the prosecution for the false crime, false reporting, all that. But there's a couple things that, and the thing that I wanted to bring up with Darwin, and I don't know if it's really more of a question or just a statement. But the thing that blew this out of the water right from the start was a failed plan, almost getting caught, and it might have been stopped right off the bat if Jeannie would have been a little quicker getting out of bed when that dog barked, when they heard the car door shut, or if there would have been noise sooner and Jeannie would have got out there before that car left. Then when the kids were gone, she would have known, okay, Malaya sent them to wherever. She would have been the eyewitness. And the second part of that, Derwin did go through it by telling us about the response of the RCMP. But I also want to draw to everybody, because I was watching the chat, and that's why when I came to come back out to the stage here, I had to back out and come back in. There was everybody was saying, oh, this and that. And that. But when Derwin said that about the RCMP being on site within 12 minutes, and Cindy, because that was the big question that we all had after Logan made her debut on TikTok, was how did Cindy get there so quick? Well, now we know that Cindy was already probably on her way just for a visit, and that's why she was able to get there a little bit quicker. But not just the RCMP had quick response to this. And like I say, if they were there within 12 minutes, it's because they were a little bit over on the other side of the county as well on this kayaker search. Because the Pictou detachment is 20 to 25 minutes away, because that's where I'm at. And the Stellarton detachment, they might have got there in 20 minutes if they would have went out on the Trans-Canada Highway and go at the high speeds. But if they would have took the back routes through Stellarton, in through Westville, and then out to Lansdowne, they would be 15 to 20 minutes getting there. But the other thing that was so quick was the search response, because the dogs and the drones and the searchers were, and we heard, if you watched the extended interview on CBC from Amy Hansen, the search coordinator, she said that they were able to be on site within an hour and a half with those searchers, the dogs, and the drones. If on a normal day and those people weren't already in the county, Pictou County Search and Rescue would have been able to have been there within an hour and a half. 20, 30, 40 people maybe. I don't know how many's in the group. But whatever they could have mustered, they could have been there. But anywhere else, they'd be 2 to 3 hours or longer getting here, because they travel from where they're coming from. Now, a couple of things that I want to point out, and if you're on that borderline of 50-50 of believing Derwin or not, is, okay, we all heard in the CBC interviews about Malaya and Daniel saying, or Malaya asking Daniel, should I call the cops? Daniel said, yes, the kids are missing, call the cops. But we also know it was a little bit different scenario than what probably actually happened. And I think that when this is all out, if we get the full details, there'll be details that change a little bit, because that's why the stories are changing so much. But we have Jeannie almost catching Malaya. Janie. I'd say Jeannie because of the way it's spelled. But she almost catching Malaya. Then I want to draw everybody's attention, and if you don't believe me, I think my memory is correct. And I heard a lot of people bitching and complaining about the RCMP when they said this. If you go back to when the RCMP had that big press conference about scaling back the search, what was the one thing that, or one of the things, because there was 4 or 5, I believe, that was in that interview, but what was one of the things that they said that on every show afterwards, that everybody was saying, well, why would they say something like that? You want me to tell you what it is? Go back and listen to it. That Indigenous charter rights for people involved. They will respect the charter rights of individuals. Because as we turned out, and if Derwood's story is correct, the Indigenous population of Nova Scotia, maybe Maritimes, maybe Canada, I'm in the opinion of Charmaine, is unless Malaya was able to present these passports at the border, I don't think they would get into the U.S. either, back routes or not. So I would speculate myself, in my own opinion, that at least they're still in Canada. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're still in Nova Scotia. So that's one, the Indigenous charter rights. Coming through the story, and I don't know if it was in that interview, but the other big question, I seen people asking it in here in the chat tonight, when Derwood said it, but everybody was saying it back when Daniel released the information, stating that, well, we applied 3 times for Indigenous status. Why did all of a sudden the morning the kids get Indigenous status, the morning they went missing? So they could protect them. And I think if you go back in either in one of Sonny's first chats that I was in, or a couple of the other ones, I think I said that well, if they're given it, I questioned it too. I said, why would they? There has to be a reason why they awarded them Indigenous status now, because it would be to protect the kids or to protect Malaya by getting her free counsel and whatnot. And there was one more point, and I can't remember, because I wanted to make sure those were the 2 big ones that I wanted to make sure that I pointed out to them. So if you don't believe Derwood or you're on the fence, go back and review all the evidence that we have from the interviews from the individuals and pick out these pieces of information that Derwood has put together in his story. And like I say, I'm 1000% if believing in Derwood, not necessarily that I believe him, but I'm believing in him, that if he's saying that he's got it on good authority that the kids are alive, well, that changes my mind. I think the kids are alive. Now, as I asked in the question, we need the RCMP to be able to go. And I think, like Derwood said, is this can be solved now, I think, within 48 hours. And the way that you do it is what everybody was calling for off the bat, because everybody said and judged them by the property, that the neglect was there. So you have 72 hours where you can haul suspects in, question them, banter them, presser them, whatever. Well, if we believe the information now that Derwood put into a story, but the pieces and clips have been given to us from official resources along the way, now you take and you go to Malaya and you got 72 hours to crack her. You can hold her for 72 hours. They can say, listen, we have enough information to know, not that she did the crime or got to pay the time or pay the search or anything like that. Not that. But they would have enough information now between, I think, what they know and this story, that they should be able to say, we know that you know how this happened. Because by now, with the heat that's on these people, I would say that they're moving every 2 or 3 days and and like Derwood said, they're not going to be on a reserve because the reserve would be taking culpability, in my opinion, for the cost of the searches and everything by if they were hiding. It's the same as harboring a fugitive. The only thing is we're not harboring the fugitive in this case. We're harboring the missing persons. So they would have to be somewhere, and I'm not saying this to be racist at all, but these kids have indigenous blood. But if you were to look at them, you would first say that they were Caucasian before they were indigenous. So they have to be in an area where they could blend in, and there's enough indigenous that would be willing to accept the heat for protecting these kids. Because you got to remember, we're all out here and we're saying, oh, well, why would they do it? Why did she have to hide? Why is she in fear? Why is she this? Why is she that? Well, they're doing it because they thought, whether it was right or wrong, but they thought that they were protecting these kids. So I like to hear what Charmaine says to this because, like I say, I don't think they could get in. I think it'd be just too hard to get them into U.S. unless Malaya had taken their passports and she got them to the people who had them while she was staying at Cindy's. That's the only way I think they could get into the U.S. border or across the U.S. border. So they're somewhere in Canada. And when I say bring these kids home, I'm talking bring them back into the light, because we all know when children get taken into custody by CPS and they get put out there, like Daniel, like if he gets to see Meadow because of temporary visitation rights until he gets through the courts and whatnot, he won't have no idea whereabouts in Nova Scotia Meadow is. They will not disclose that. Even when the kids, if they were to come back and they'd be in school, they will not disclose that while the kids are in temporary custody or custody of DP or DCS. And then when they get adopted, that's sealed until the point that they become 18, and then they have the option in Nova Scotia now where they can have the opportunity to have their records unsealed and find out the name and the last known address of their birth parents. But I'll just stop there, and I want to listen for a little bit to Charmaine and the rest of them.
Let me just ask something that somebody said. Did he, like, because my mind's kind of blowing up a second here, but so what was the sole purpose? I know it's like a something starting off, it's this, a molehill, then turns into a freaking massive, right?
Well, like it's a mountain out of a molehill.
Right, but what was the point in the first place? What was the point?
She thought she was like to get out because she didn't feel safe. That's what Derwood said. Like she was in a situation with everything that was going on. She didn't feel safe. And like you say, when she started talking to her side of the family and maybe exaggerated some of the stuff between her and Daniel, we don't know that. But the family member said, okay, to get you out of here, we'll come up with a plan. And I said that when we heard this from Derwood the other night, I said it was probably friends, more or less probably to be the drivers than actual family members. But anyways, then when they got that, then it just, like I say, with Jeannie or Janie or whatever you want to call her, almost catching her.
Janie.
Yeah.
So it is, her name is like, meaning it's spelled Janie.
Janie. Okay. So,
but just to clarify, because it's not spelled like JEA, it's JA.
Yeah.
I mean, I get mental blocks too on that stuff.
Yeah. So those three things, I think, is what upset the plan that Malaya had. What she had planned is like what Derwood told us, I believe, the other night. because for one person to get away with 3 kids is hard. But if you only had to carry the baby out the door, then get rid of the other 2, get them out of the situation. She could have went back in the house, and she had a plan that if Daniel woke up and said, "What's going on?" She was going to say, "Well, the kids are gone. They're in the woods." And she was going to count on Daniel go looking in the woods, and then she was going to grab Meadow and go. But she couldn't do that because Jeannie was home.
Janie.
But can we stop and just realize for 1/2 a second that had she waited a day, 2 days, 3 days, or done it a few days before, that she would have had all friggin' day to take all 3 kids and every fucking piece of furniture and everything else that I have done in my life before. When I had to sneak out, I was able to take all my shit and all my kids, and I even had time to go back and get my Harley because he wasn't home. I mean, this doesn't at its core make sense. And even if that's what happened, if that's what happened, to be 7 weeks in and nobody is speaking up, it didn't happen.
Exactly. The other thing that I think is if it would have been me planning something like this, the moment that week on Tuesday when the search was called on and put on for that kayaker, why I was planning it for Friday, it would have been off because there would have been no way I would have been doing it. Why all this first responder response was already in the county less than 20 miles away. I don't know why Friday was the day that whether she and if they went further away from Nova Scotia and whether it was because there was somebody in her friends or family or whoever it was that traveled to New Brunswick and got them there or wherever. If that was the reason for the day, I don't have.
When you've got kids and you're actually afraid for your life, obviously, if this is what has prompted this, you make it work, and your friends and family make it work. You're not going to schedule a life-threatening, child-threatening situation where you're trying to get out of an abusive, scary situation around your friends' fucking schedules. I'm going to have to leave because this is not going to help find out what happened to Jack and Lily. It's just not. It's not.
What? Why are you getting so upset, Charmaine?
It's just.
It's okay. If you need to take a break,
I'm gonna go and get a drink and have a cigarette, and I'll be back.
You go have a cigarette and have a drink. All right. Okay. Lauren, welcome back.
Hey, I had to get off for a second because my Oh wait, is it echoing?
You were. Yeah.
Oh, I had to get off for a second because hang on.
Yeah, you're echoing.
Okay, is it okay now?
At the moment, yeah. I'll let you know if it isn't. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just had to get off for a second because my iPad was dying and I don't have any light. I'll show you where I am. It's just dark.
Hi. Oh. Oh, good. Still see you.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll hang on. This is just like an up close and personal view. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do have some things to say, but they are based on their intuition based things. So I don't want to upset people anymore. I mean,
no, look it. If people can't put on their big freaking panties on, then they can walk away like anybody else if it's not their cup of tea or if they don't, whatever. I'm here just to listen.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I could say that I'm very cautious to accept that the kids are alive for the fact that I'm just cautious to. I mean, I want to have hope, but I just feel. So finding out that when kids are taken from their parents in Canada and placed with other people, that they're no longer, it's like an adoption, it sounds like, based off of what Kent was just saying. That does make sense I was talking to somebody in this chat. I can't remember her name. I'm so sorry. On Facebook, she sent me a tarot reading about this, and they had gotten to you know what? Let me just back up. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna say that I cannot always tell when people are lying, but I can often tell when people are telling the truth. And so when people are speaking, I just check in with myself, you know. And so when Darren is speaking,
Just say Darren.
okay, I just like to I give people nicknames. So
Go ahead, give
um
him a nickname then.
so when Darren is speaking, no, okay, I guess I'll call him Darren.
Call whatever you want.
No, I probably will literally call him Darren moving all the way forward. I don't know why I'm like this, but
There
anyway.
was no Derwin, by the way. It was either Derwood or
Oh,
Darren.
Derwood, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
So which one sounds better to your tongue?
I'll call him Darren Wood. So when Darren, okay, I'm sorry, this is no time for jokes. So when he was speaking, it felt very clear. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It did not feel like when Daniel is speaking, especially like in the past couple weeks, like just the way that he was just lying, like I just was like, you know what, I can't even listen to Daniel speak. And not only can I not listen to him speak, but I don't even want to listen to anybody doing any kind of analysis on this, because we know that he's lying. But to Charmaine's point, I still don't think that he was responsible for the kids. So I was like, there's really no reason to listen, because he's lying and I don't think he's the guy. So I think everyone is off. In terms of Darren speaking, him speaking, it feels very, very, very clear. I mean, clear meaning, you know, clairvoyant is about clear seeing, clear knowing, and so I'm saying that it feels truthful. You know, I still don't know if the kids are safe, but I can say that it well, first of all, I mean, I have so many thoughts on people that think this guy is lying. I just don't understand what benefit he would have. And if they offered $150,000 reward, for example, and he was full of shit, then he would go and get that reward. So I think that that is important to consider. But yes, when Darren Wood is talking, it makes me feel calm. It makes me feel relieved. Like finally, like somebody is speaking truth here. And that's just from an intuition point of view. So I can't argue back and forth with, oh, why should we believe him in this and this and that? I mean, it, even if he's right about only the part that Malaya had something to do with this in the beginning, or Malaya and Daniel, you know, either. But and that the intent was similar to Sloan Bella. First of all, what Derwin, now call him Derwin only. What Darren is saying is exactly what Sloan Bella said. That's the craziest part. It's verbatim. Some of the things that he's saying are verbatim to her reading.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
verbatim. Like she thought she was doing something to, you know, get the kids to safety. I mean, it is uncanny how completely directly yeah, just how exactly it is to what her reading is. And they don't know each other, and you have to understand that Darren is in Malaya's family. And when he was doing all that rambling, when he was talking about when he was doing all that rambling and the chat was like really going off on him and talking about how, you know, this guy needs to stop talking now, blah blah blah. All Deception Detective, he's a little bit of a clown, but one thing that I did learn from Deception Detective is that people that don't know are gonna suspect everyone. You know what I'm saying? And I don't study criminal stuff, so you guys would know that better than me. But I think that that's true. Deception Detective is he's not a you're not a clown deception detective, so don't block me, bro. But I mean, but you have clownish proclivity. You are clown adjacent at times. Okay, but I did learn a lot from you before you started cutting out. Okay, so don't block me, bro. But anyway, my point is that one thing he says is like just like how the police So in Belinda's interview, the police went to Belinda's house to make sure the kids weren't there because they don't know. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And Darren was like, everybody's a suspect. Grandma Patty's a suspect. Cindy's a suspect until I find out what y'all were doing on that morning. So what he was describing, even though, I mean, maybe it's just the way my ADHD is set up. Like, I get it, the talking in circles thing. I think you guys have figured it out by now. He was trying to explain how he ruled everybody out, even people within his own family. Why would he do that if he was just some nutcase that, you know, or someone that was just trying to further
I
Daniel's
don't think
story?
he's a nutcase at all.
Yeah, not at all. And the other thing, I mean, and this goes back with, you know, these are not internet people, you know what I'm saying? And he is a little bit older, so I would expect that he's going to be talking over here, over there, you know, and all of that. And you just have to have grace for people with that. Um, but yeah, I'll just say from a spiritual perspective, I have the same question. Well, I have the same question as you, Sunny, in terms of like, I still don't understand how it had to go from here to there. If
Right.
what are you
So,
even
well,
saying?
can
But
I say this?
mhm,
Can I just say this quickly? Is that so many people were willing to believe that the children were hidden? So all you people, including myself, that had been down that road as well. So
mm,
many people were apt to believe that the children were hidden, but it's kind of like taking that hidden to a whole nother level, just like
mm,
Sloane Bella said in hers. That's where
mm,
Sloane Bella, right? Because I was willing to go to the hidden part,
mm,
based on the information as Daniel was saying it, etc., etc. But it's because it went to this other level of hidden that then it
mm.
makes it sound like even like way more bizarre than the already reach that it was going. Then it went to like this level. So I think that's especially where people are going to have a hard time, because let's like, so you're telling me that the Daniel that didn't have this, and Malaya was wanted out of the situation, had some friends help her, met them at the driveway. The kids went here. They were protected by the band. They ended up getting shipped off. Who knows? I don't know how that whole culture works of the indigenous and the res and all that stuff. But it went to this other whole level of someone telling us, meaning Darren, you might be calling Derwin now, or Darwin. But anyways, it went to this whole other level.
Darren Wood. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
as at to not only are they hidden, but we will not see them until they're older. Now, Kent, I want to say to you quickly, and I'm just going to say this. Darren already answered your question that I remember you saying about the RCMP. He basically said that he hopes that the RCMP moves on this, that the information quickly, and that the children, like that this does come to a result in a sense. But as far as he's concerned, he traded in, was what Darren said, he traded in information. And get this, he said, he called me this morning, you guys, to let me know. He said, Sonny, write this down. I'm going to tell you my name. I'm going to like meaning his real name. I have his phone number already. I'm going to tell you my name. So, because like he did end up saying, is that he was befriending people. Why? Because he wanted answers to what happened. He's within the family. So he's doing his own sleuthing within the family. And you keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Simple as that. So if you believe that you have knowledge that there's lying going on in the family, he's going to have to say stuff right on here. Nobody, there's no probably creator that's innocent of having to either, go along with somebody, and kind of giving off the impression like, yeah, no, you might not like your shit guest perhaps, but you're just trying to get information. Like, I don't have the problem with this case. It's not what I'm saying, but I'm just saying he called me. So when somebody has to white lie or do things to get information, okay, if that's what he needed to do to get his answers, to understand what happened to Jack and Lily, then that was his way. It's really up to you to trust him. But he had called me this morning with the idea that Daniel, that he wasn't sure what was going on with Daniel. What he was saying is that he almost thought that Daniel had involvement in this and da 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 da. But then I know that he told me he was going to be speaking with someone this afternoon, right? He didn't say who. He just said he has some errands to do. He's going to go see Daniel, and he has someone that he needs to talk to. He let us know that he talked to this person, that he had to trade in whatever information just to get his answers. And so it comes to this point of, okay, well, hidden, and then there's like hidden, Canada, US, doesn't know, blah, blah, blah. And we won't see the kids again till maybe they're older because they're hidden within, whatever, the indigenous somewhere there. And for the protection in a regular person's head, you're going, what the fuck? Like, this is too much for my brain. This is ridiculous. How do you go from this to this? And I understand that. And that's what we are here to talk about. And, but all I'm saying is that I think that Darren, regardless, found the information that he feels like he needed to know. It leaves us like stumped as shit because we're going, wait, what? Even though Sloan Bella said the exact same shit that matches this. But anyway, so I just wanted to say that quickly, Lawrence, because I get it. I get where we're all at with our brains going on and going wild. But anyway, Charmaine just dropped.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So that's the other thing is that I don't know. So I'm Black and Italian. I'm Black American, Italian American. I don't know anything about the indigenous folks up in Canada, or very much about Canada in general. But what I'm saying is, as a person that is inside, outside of communities, he's talking about he put himself at physical risk this morning, which sounds like part of the reason why he even revealed his whole name to you. And like, that's for real. And if you're not if you're not a part of an exclusive community like that has different rules from the mainstream, it really is hard to get your brain around. It's kind of like the mafia, or or even family clans. Like, you'll never understand the dynamic unless you are in it. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't think that he was being like secretive, like, because he just didn't want to say. I think he literally like could not say, and that kind of thing. And I think you're right in terms of having to be a certain way in order to get information from people. And so, again, it's kind of like imagining how he's like, imagine things through Malaya's eyes, but just imagine in general, like, we're talking about communities that we are not a part of. So we don't understand what the dynamics are. So he's saying it, I'm believing it, because I know what it feels like when someone is lying a lot and he's not. Do you know what I'm saying?
I get it, obviously.
So there was that. But there was just one more thing. Oh, so I was talking to somebody earlier about a tarot reading, because they asked me if I could go over this tarot reading that they did. I think her name was Heidi, but if you are say, you can say what's up in the chat. And so I looked over the tarot reading, and one of the questions, and I can say this now because this is making, honestly wouldn't want to speak on if the children are alive or dead, but the person that sent me this tarot reading, they asked if the kids had passed away, and it was the Tower and the Death card. Now, neither of these cards is usually literal, meaning that when you get the Death card, it doesn't usually mean actual literal death. It means a transformation. And the Tower is a sudden occurrence that just leveled. So imagine the Tower like something getting struck by lightning. The Tower, like the Twin Towers, got hit by a plane and just, crashed to the ground. That's literally what the Tower is. And not only had this person gotten it that sent it, the one tarot reading I've done about it, I've gotten it. And there are so many tarot readers on YouTube that have also gotten the same thing. And that is why I just felt so very ominous about whether the kids are still living or not. But hearing that they're hidden and we may never, they're never going to see them again, or not going to see them until they're 18, and hearing also that when your kids are taken, we call it CPS or defects, when your kids are taken, that they get adopted out and you can't see them, that's very different in Canada than it is here. But that could also be a potential meaning for the Tower and the Death card, meaning I mean, he's talking about they're going to have whole new identities. Like, that's definitely an interpretation of the death card. And the tower meaning that it was never meant to be. The tower meaning it was like that one bad decision that just toppled into all of this, you know.
You know,
Well,
and
what I'm saying, and what I want to clarify is they won't get adopted out right away. They'll be taken and they'll be put into foster care, and they could be a
Kent,
He went out. I can't hear it.
one sec, Kent. 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 Kent, go out and come back in. Kent, go out and come back in, okay? Kick. Gotta kick him. I just, there, let's see. Okay.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I don't know why when we put this on mute, Streamlab, smarten up, treat me right. I'm a
Well,
rookie.
it's just that it sounds like you're yelling in the mic. That's what it sounds like. So maybe,
Just hold on, I'll turn down some.
yeah, thank you.
I do have a loud voice anyway, but what I wanted to correct, and because I just didn't want anybody to think that they're going to take your kids and adopt them out right away. No, they'll go into the foster system until the case goes through the courts on family court, and then they'll decide whether with treatment and everything are the parents sufficient to give the kids back to them, or do they either stay in foster, or now that we know that they're not going to go back to family members, then they'll possibly get adopted out. That's what I want to correct. It's not just that they automatically take them and then adopt them out. That's not what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now,
And I also, with Charmaine,
she'll be back, by the way.
I believe that, there's no way that this it shouldn't have gone on now for 7 weeks. But if the information that we have is correct, the RCMP should be able to crack Malaya, and they should be able to come out in public and say, okay, we have the story of what happened. We know that the kids are safe. We know this, we know that, not the nitty-gritty details. They'll work through the courts and we might find some of that out, or we might not ever know it if it's a publication ban. But they should be able to, I would give them a week. If we don't know something officially from the RCMP that they have, and they know that the kids are alive by next Friday, then I would say that something's going on with the information that somebody's getting from somewhere. Either the RCMP ain't getting it all, or maybe somebody was telling lies to Derwood. Not that Derwood was lying to us, or Derwood, but because he only told us what his source told him, and it's hearsay. But I would think that most people in the chat would agree it's the best hearsay that we could have, that the kids are still alive.
Yeah, that's what's tearing me apart here, because I never want to ever bring false hope in a sense. So this leaves this, like, at the moment, because obviously, like, to me, if RCMP are working on this and they know this narrative is going on, perhaps they do. And perhaps that's why they're looking for information. Who knows? If they say it's not an abduction, etc., etc. I mean, we can look at this a couple of different ways, but, you know, at the end of the day, as soon as that's being said, instantly my heart goes out to Belinda, and Chelsea is in chat right now, her mind's blown, you can tell by this information, because because we, it's like you're a dog with your tail spinning around, and you're going, what the fuck is going on here? Like that's not, like, meaning that's not an answer. An answer, in a sense, isn't knowing that these children have been pushed off, passed off, that, and all this stuff. And, but by the way, that, they'll never kind of come back. But hey, when they do, they're going to look different, be different, and all that. Like, okay, that's
I'm not accepting that either. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, one, the best news that, and like I say, I think that they should be able to come back here. Like, there's no reason why. Because the other thing is, with our adoption process that I've learned, is they will look at family members that make petitions to take in these kids and raise them. They will look at family members as long as they don't have criminal records for any other reason. Because you can't tie, just because somebody's in this that's related to this family, you can't tie them to this situation and how it evolved and how it got out of control and put blame on them, because they're like the rest of us. They're crying for the information.
Correct.
The only ones that we can blame is the ones that orchestrated it and the ones that are covering it up.
Yep.
To get us to the point that we're at right now.
Yeah. And welcome back, Charmaine. Her power or dropped or whatever on there.
I want to say something really quickly. It wasn't just Native girls, so I mean, it's all good. It's the entire situation of, I'm not trying to say that I think Derwood is coming up here and lying. Not at all. I think he's genuine and he's telling his truth.
Yeah.
But the closed-mindedness of people that just, they take information and believe they're speaking fact. And I'm not talking about Derwood. I'm talking about people that are listening to Derwood and being like, oh, this is what happened. What we're not considering is the possibility that Derwood's sources watched Sloan Bella and came up with this shit. And I mean, it's so very much nonsensical. And I hope that the kids are alive. Of course I do. I'm not a slug.
I know.
Of course I do. But the reality is that there are too many things that don't make sense for even if Malaya planned this whole thing to leave because she wasn't scared for her life, but it was still a dangerous situation and still needed to get out. Hello, I've been there. These friends of hers that are helping her aren't going to be like, well, I can't do it on Tuesday, so maybe we could. No, they're going to plan their schedule around getting their friend out of that situation. And that's just number one of so many problems and holes with this whole theory. And my problem with it is that we can't just take the information that Derwood believes wholeheartedly and think that it's fact, because
that's gospel. No,
could have cooked it up for whatever reason to give false hope. And that's the worst thing for the families. It's the worst thing for the families. And I've got a serious, and I even had it with Delphi. I used to get so worked up with Delphi. It's just, I can't take it. Just logical, rational thinking and sharing of information, and Derwood sharing all of that is so great and awesome, but we have to take it and we need to analyze it if we're even going to consider it. We can't just run with it. And that goes to every creator that's going to take this stuff.
Yeah. And Charmaine, would you say that, like, because by knowing the way the RCMP works and looking at that information, would you say that that's why, like, if they know this information, whether whoever told them or their investigation was leading them down this route, do you think that this is a reason why the RCMP is being so cognitive, like I don't want to say they're slow and somebody interpreted that I'm saying that they're not doing their job, because that's not what I'm saying. I've been one of their biggest defenders out here because I think they're working the case, and they want to be able, when they come out with whatever they come out with, they want to be able to tell you who, what, when, where, and why.
They don't give a shit, Kent. They don't care what the public thinks or how they appear. They do not care. They care about finding Jack and Lily. And I'll tell you another thing. If this theory had any weight to it whatsoever, those little kids would be home already. They would be here. The RCMP are not a bunch of bumbling idiots. They would have heard the first time that he said that, and they would have chased down. No offense, Derwood, but do you really honestly think that he has the leads that the RCMP don't, even if they didn't have them first? The second that they heard it, they would have had as many officers as they needed chasing that down. They would have. And those kids' posters would have been available to border crossing people. So status or not, passport or not, they're not getting across the border. They're just
No,
not.
I don't believe it
In this
either.
day and age, after the Trump bullshit and everything that we just went through in Alberta and BC and Ontario and everywhere else in the country, those kids did not go across the border. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I'm so sorry. I don't usually get worked up. I don't. I'm usually pretty good at getting off camera and not letting myself get worked up, because this is not my fight. It's not. But I just want to bring things back to reality a little bit. Derwood believes what he believes and he trusts his sources. I'm sorry, I don't. Not unless the RCMP tell me or that source wants to get up here and give receipts. Period. I'm done. Sorry, Sonny.
Oh, you're muted, Sonny.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Go ahead. I know you want to say something there, Lauren.
Oh, Charmaine, I do understand what you're saying, so I'm not responding specifically to just you. The only thing that I can add is that and I'm not saying that he could not be full of it either. I'm just going to say, from my own experience, being part of communities that do not trust the police, will not talk to the police, do not call the police, I know it's very hard to conceptualize like anything outside of the realm of that they would be right on this, or that but it is highly possible that not so much the Native community, but even just the criminal underworld or whatever they got going on over there are passing.
Not with the national spotlight, Lauren. I'm sorry. And I know what you're talking about. True crime podcaster, half Native. I get it. I understand where you're going and what you're saying. But in the national spotlight, after the missing and murdered Indigenous women fiasco, after the residential school fiasco, they are not going to have the international spotlight shone on them and not follow up on leads. It's not going to happen.
No.
I'm saying that I would. It's not that I would love to believe that it would not happen, but I don't 100% believe that it would not happen. But in the context of just being a marginalized community member, not that community, but your community better than I do, which is why I do defer to you. But I'm just saying that it's a very hard thing to conceptualize living on the outside if you never lived on, like, really, really, really been on the outside of it. That's all I'm saying. But again, I don't know anything about y'all's actual community, so I defer to how you feel. And if you're saying it, I do believe it. I just wanted to point out that it's just something to consider. It's just something to consider, because there are people who will literally not call the police for any reason.
But these kids did not live on a reservation. They're
I'm not talking about that.
I'm sorry, Lauren, not you, Chad.
Oh.
These kids were not they were not native. not raised Native. They weren't in that they weren't raised in that community. That's not the shade that's on this case. And
Right.
I think social media is making it about that because of
saying.
the status thing. They were raised in a Caucasian home with Caucasian parents who had a bloodline that was connected to Natives. And they were granted status, and we don't know why. And all the speculation in the world is not going to help find Jack and Lily. I don't think, in my opinion.
Yes, I totally understood. I actually, one thing is that Malaya's mom is European, if I'm not mistaken, and so their whole family is white Nova Scotians, right? Like European Nova Scotian. I don't know how you would call
The dad's Native.
Right, the dad is, but the mom and their whole family. So when I'm talking about the underworld, I'm talking about them too. Because the way it's sounding, there are parts of the American South that are like, there's a whole thing on NPR called S-Town. Just look it up, and it just talks about a murder that happened in a deeply southern town. I actually think it was in Alabama or something, and how it was not investigated correctly, and all this. What I'm saying is the way that Durbin is describing. I mean, Darren, what is describing that community up there, the white community, the working class community. There are some small towns in the American South where they have their own, even in Philadelphia, in certain white neighborhoods in Philadelphia, it's the Proud Boys. They govern themselves. It's a whole thing. So I'm just saying that I'm talking about even the European side of the family in terms of operating outside of the RCMP. And because my understanding is like, they don't even have some local law enforcement. Like, that's why it's on a federal level anyway, because it's so rural. It's like a whole thing. I'm just saying, really rural places like that. So take the Native thing out of it. They're not lawless, but it's different. They govern themselves differently in those spaces, from my understanding and looking at other cases of smaller.
They do. But the RCMP is still federal, and they have to answer to the laws of the land when it comes to federal crime. And kidnapping is a federal crime.
Right, but it's like one would believe that they have to answer to federal, but it's not always necessarily worked out that way traditionally in different cases I know in the state. So I'm just saying that, especially for the fact that they are European and not of color or anything. There is a neighborhood in Philadelphia. It's extremely racist, and there's a lot of Proud Boys, which are like the KK. They're like the KKK, sort of like that. And I mean, they literally govern them. There are tons of police all around, but they literally like kind of govern themselves. And as a person of color, you do not go to that area because you will be dealt with at the hand. What do they call it when people take justice into their own hands? And that's literally what they do. This is a neighborhood, present day Philadelphia. It's a thing. It's really a thing. So
I believe
that's the only reason why.
You guys have a completely different society than we do. We have racists here, and we have groups of people like that, but we don't have blocks of people where they police themselves. Like we have individual groups with that way of thinking, and we have extremists here. We absolutely do, but it's not on the scale that it is in the USA.
They'll never tell you that's true, though. Like the people even in that community, I just know because I worked in that community, but they're never going to say it. I mean, there's lots of actual police stations there. I wouldn't have even known it if I hadn't seen it with my own two eyes. That's all that I'm saying is, I mean, I guess it's this my conspiracy theory land, but I'm just saying that, yes, I would like to think that everything is working as it should and that people do answer to who they need to be answering to. I just can see a world where it's not always the case. That's all that I'm saying. And I was reading up on the history of Nova Scotia, and oh my gosh, there's just a lot. It's just a lot of stuff going on, that's gone on there. A lot of stuff that's gone on there in the past 100 years. And so it's just, I don't know. I think that we may not, none of us, even you all being Canadian, maybe don't even quite understand maybe what the actual climate or whatever is there. That's all that I'm saying. I mean, because that Nova Scotia history was just blowing my mind, I have to say, the things I was reading about it. So
Well, a little bit, Lauren, just so that you know,
mm-hmm,
the makeup of Pictou County
mm-hmm,
is 5 municipal units. So there's 5 towns. Each one of those towns, New Glasgow, Stellarton, Trenton, and Westville,
mm-hmm.
they all have municipal police forces.
They do. Okay.
They do.
Very good.
The county of Pictou, which surrounds the rest of those towns and takes in the rural part of the county,
Okay.
and the town of Pictou, because the town of Pictou doesn't have their own municipal force,
Okay.
are policed by the RCMP. It just so happens that the RCMP are also our federal police force, like your guys' FBI. So
Gotcha.
the town pays millions of dollars for the number of officers for 24/7 policing. The town of Trenton and New Glasgow and Westville have a bargaining agreement that New Glasgow is the biggest town within the county, and their municipal police forces police those other 2 towns. Stellarton has its own police force that it funds on its own. And then because the county of Pictou stretches from Pinnear to Truro to
Mm-hmm,
Pinnear to Antigonish,
mm-hmm.
and therefore the RCMP cover the rural area and the Trans-Canada Highway. So within the RCMP in Pictou County, we have 2 detachments. We have the Pictou detachment of the RCMP, and which covers the western half of the county, and then we have the Stellarton RCMP, which covers the Trans-Canada Highway and the eastern part of the county.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a little bit of background for anybody that's not from Nova Scotia and how all the little towns work or don't work
Work or don't
together.
work. I appreciate that. Yeah.
That's how we're policed.
Yes. So I get, yeah. So there are municipal police departments in certain areas, and some of it is deferred to the RCMP if they're quite rural and that type of thing as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Very good. And I mean, I know this will probably turn the whole chat on me. I see people saying like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to be I am trying to be discreet, I guess. I'm just saying, you guys could look up Africville in Nova Scotia, and read up on that, because that story blew my mind. And I also did hear about the explosion that happened. That was very, very unfortunate. That happened at closer to the turn of the century and that kind of thing. But yeah, you can look up the history of Africville, and then you got maybe you can explain it to me, because that story was crazy. And I had always heard about Black residents of Nova Scotia, but I had never really read up on it specifically. And now that I have read up on it, I'm like, wow, that is not a very easy place.
And
That's
Pictou is
yeah.
actually also a neat fact on Pictou.
Mm-hmm.
Pictou is the home base of the 1st Black Battalion that served in World War II.
Really?
Yes.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, the history is very, very rich. And I know it goes back hundreds of years, which I thought was really cool. Because I've met online, but not in person, Black people from Nova Scotia that were part of this movement. And yeah, and that's very cool. I think it's very amazing as well.
We have good history and bad history, that's for sure.
Just like every place. Yeah. That is so cool. I feel like I saw some pictures of that too. But yes, because I know that it's a very rich and storied and very long history of Africans there in Nova Scotia. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. And I mean, I apologize to anyone in the chat if you are feeling confused. I just wanted to say it's just that not everybody is always held up to the same standard of law, and it's very unfortunate. And hopefully in 2025, everybody is held up to the same standard of law. you know.
But can we agree that 2 small white children would get their full attention?
Yes.
And they did. And
Oh
they
yeah,
are
I'm
they
not
have
saying
it.
that they didn't get the attention. I was just saying that people involved might be operating in their own underworld type system, and it could be anybody. It
Right.
definitely got their attention. Absolutely. Yeah, I was just saying that we don't know. I just know that some communities do operate as if they're above the law, and I, you know, and just in case that was something going on in this situation. But no, it was the largest search. It sounds like modern search in history for kids in Canada. Like, no, I think that no, I think I don't know anything about the RCMP. I'm not against the RCMP. Yeah, I'm not against them. I was just saying that it just sounds like there's a lot of politics, local politics going on amongst the people that actually live there that we are not privy to because we don't live there. And that's on every side, on anybody's side. That's all.
Apologize if there's any way that we can clear things up for you. Just ask questions in chat. I'm keeping my eye on it.
Oh, that's good. Drippy Thoughtsicles. I see about the Africa. I mean, I was just saying, I mean, when I read about that, I was just like mind blown. And yeah, and it also sounds like that explosion that happened, I guess, in like 1914 or 17, just sounds absolutely devastating. I mean, and I'm going to say this, it'll probably piss people off even more. It just sounds like there's just a lot of, it's just a spiritually tumultuous place, but the people there are very resilient. It can't be an easy place to live. It couldn't have been an easy place to settle. It's very cold there. It sounds like the woods are monstrous, you know, and so I have a lot of admiration for the community there throughout the ages, no matter what. I'm just saying that it does not seem like the easiest place to be, you know? So
can we just say it's one fucked up story and it seems rather ridiculous to believe regardless on this? As for all that other stuff you guys are talking about, no clue. Besides what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. It's okay.
No,
yeah,
I know.
So to bring it back. Right.
Well, I was going to say, I would like to bring it back a little bit before we make people nod off. Some people that truly understand it, like Kent and stuff like that, that understand like their area and their reserves or whatever, reservations, the reses and stuff like that. I just think that regardless, as a whole, this sounds absolutely absurd. But I know from the Vallow case that absurd exists and effed up shit exists beyond belief. It's not out of my scope, but usually it's more towards reality than something as far, what's deemed more as far-fetched as this. But because I'm not Indigenous and I have no clue on how they protect their own and stuff like that, you know, so that part I have no clue about, right? Like Darren's talking about that he offered up, you know, something to get information and blah, blah, blah. And so I don't know anything about how the Indigenous protect their own or what they don't do or do. All I know is that it's like, if it turns out to be as far-fetched as that, that's crazy ass, because it could be true. It seems ridiculous to go from something that, you know, it's, to be honest, it's the whole storyline that just sounds absolutely absurd. It's a storyline, though, that Daniel's kind of telling, and about how Cracker Jack, like, in a sense, Malaya's family and all that is and stuff like that, and that information. All I know is I got in a freaking ass migraine from it now today, and I don't know what, you know, what end to believe, because I don't want to put out false hope to our family members, even though, right, like, I mean, this is, you guys got it right. You guys know that this is, yeah, stranger than fiction, right? But yet, knowing the Vallow case is real, that like, I don't know that you know the Vallow case. Do you know the Lori Vallow case there, Lauren?
I tried to watch a video about it that explained the tree of all of the different murders.
Yeah, freaking zombies and everything.
I mean, it sounds absolutely like that's 10 times more insane than this, I would say.
You know, so for me, I'm just like at a loss at the moment. I mean, at the end of the day, right, I'm still going to believe what I'm going to believe. But right now, it's almost that feeling of having this false hope. Because obviously, I respect Darren calling in and I respect the fact of his truth is his truth, but I just can't sit there and go, well, I believe that 100%. I can't do that, because because just like somebody else says, like, you know, when we have information, it's not up to me to do another channel's due diligence, right? It's up to them to do their own due diligence. Just like if Darren did his due diligence for himself and he got an answer and he's satisfied, then, you know, then good on him for having that closure or feeling that, knowing that Jack and Lily, I ain't satisfied at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's extremely dangerous to give false hope, and that is something that I have a very hard time buying into.
I mean, that's a weird ass. Go ahead,
That's
Ken.
why I liked your question of if he had a proof of life, Sonny, because that went to the point. Is we can believe this story to a point, but we have to, like you say, instead of promoting the false hope and just tell people, hey, oh yeah, we were told, like, that's the same as somebody going to Tim Hortons coffee shop here and getting this story and going to the next coffee shop and spreading it and adding a little bit to it. Like, we just got to believe what we can believe, and hopefully that the people in the power positions will be able to come out soon enough and say, okay, this is what's happened. But the piece that gets at me still is why it had to go on this long, get to be this blown out. I don't believe that they're on any reserve, because the moment that, like I said earlier, harboring a fugitive or harboring missing children, if they were to find these children on a particular reserve, I think they could have the legal right to go back and say, all right, you're culpable for all the searching because you were doing the hiding. And I don't think there's any reserve that would do that. I might be naive when I say that. I can't see the chat, so I don't know what people saying in the chat, whether they believe that or not, but I don't believe that they're on a reserve being hidden.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's what I wanted to say.
Wouldn't the reserve also be under extremely heavy surveillance, state surveillance? I feel like it would be.
Well, the one where she's at, if we can believe that she's at Shuby, there's an RCMP detachment on that reserve.
Right. Yeah.
Right? And they have Indigenous officers as well as outside officers. And that's why I say, I don't think with the situation and as big as this has got and the attention, like Charmaine says, this has national and international attention. Yes. And whoever, like, I don't believe that the RCMP would just take the fact of knowing that these kids are alive and leave it at that. They're going to want to bring them back to this area, I believe, and prove that they made their case and, like everything else, that this is what happened, and because they know that they're going to have to answer it. And like everybody gets on the RCMP for our big massacre that we had there, the mass shooting in 20. I don't get on me for the date because I can't remember, 2020 or 2021, when the guy was going around, but he was impersonating. The reason why he got to go around and shoot so many people is because he was driving a replica police car and was in a uniformed officer. So they were catching up to him, and at some points, officers even said, well, he might have got by us in the car because he was one of them, or they thought he was one of them. Like they did an inquiry after the fact to see what things had to be changed and stuff. And a lot of the stuff, I believe, is in the process of changing. And that's why I agree with Charmaine totally, is that these, until the RCMP tells us that these kids are wherever they're at or whatever, we can't believe anything else.
Agreed.
100%.
I agree.
Agreed.
I do agree too.
Agreed. Like, for me, at the end of the day, regardless, if information's coming in and people want to take that information and look at all the information around it and still come up with their own conclusion, regardless, at the end of the day, I'm just bringing awareness to Jack and Lily, and I'll continue to do so because, again, maybe Darren has found his own truth, but I haven't found my own truth to this. And until we hear answers from the RCMP that the children have been located and that they're fine, etc., until that day comes, I'm not going to believe, unless there's proof of life or something else. Other than that, I'm not going to believe it. It's still a case of Jack and Lily are missing. Are they alive? Are they dead? Remains to be seen. But I'm, to sit there and think of this false hope, like meaning Belinda and Chelsea and the rest of the family, obviously they're going to have their own thoughts about it too. And like Chelsea kind of said, like, look, I'm just like, what the heck is going on here with all this bullshit and BS type of thing? We just want to find Jack and Lily. At the end of the day, still, right? Any information coming out, meaning we're not putting on this pretense of drama and bullshit. It's a family member that's giving us their
story.
Yeah, their story. And why would we not let him speak, right? Again, if he found his own truth, so be it. For me, I'm not settled at all. I have always more questions than answers. And it's just really going to be a matter of time that you follow a case. People will drop off this case if there's not anything happening. So when family members are speaking, it keeps it alive. It keeps the story out there for Jack and Lily. And that's all I'm here for. And that's why none of this stuff actually, I don't get worked up over it and stuff like that. I know Charmaine gets a little bit upset with things, and she has done before, like with Delphi, like she said. And, so again, do I agree with Charmaine in many ways? Absolutely, yes. I just personally, I just don't get worked up over it, because at the end of the day, I'm just here to bring awareness to the case and talk about it. And whatever people derive from it themselves will be what will be. Whether Daniel has any involvement or Malaya, whatever, if this little molehill turned into some mountain seems absolutely absurd. It does. Does it mean it's impossible? No, but it goes up to this part, kind of like, him being lost in the woods still, kind of like the searcher kind of still thinks. I don't know. I don't even know what to think at this moment besides just taking it all in and keeping awareness of the case until I specifically hear out of the RCMP's mouth that these children have been located one way or the other. Then I'll be settled. Same with Sebastian's case, same with Suzanne Morphew's case, till Barry Morphew's, his ass is tried and burnt, and he spends the rest of his life in jail for the murder of his wife, which I know he did. And, type of thing, because these cases that I do follow, I take them on with passion and heart. And, like I said, I know that there's a lot of drama going on, but I kind of like the drama. Like, I say the drama, I like regardless if the information is believable or not, I like the awareness that it keeps the case out there, which is really important. A lot of people in the States covered this case right at the start. Okay, so for anyone saying in the States that you never really heard of it, trust me, anyone in true crime that was covering a lot of the big
That's how I heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Have been covering it, but they have dropped off for the most part. There's a few people still covering it, some here and there, but like Evil Exists is covering it. Dolly, whether he wants to call him Monkey Boy or whatever, Justin's covering it, and other people. So at the end of the day, that's my biggest thing that we can do. And because of you guys, is just keep the awareness by hitting that like and share. That sticks it out in the algorithm for other people to see it. That's very important. So just that little contribution of a like or a share, just builds, right? because some people go, oh, well, I live over here. So what's that going to do? Well, a lot of your friends are from different areas around the world. Absolutely. So anyways, that's my piece about it all. Right now, I'm just kind of like a little bit in shell shock of what Darren was saying, because it just seems so absurd. And again, that's like if I tell you I had an experience with heaven and I know that there's an afterlife, I know that. No one can take that away from me. So unless somebody lives it themselves, then maybe only then will they might believe in it. Other than that, you can't convince somebody of an answer. So if Darren's, like I said, if he's whole with himself, and this case of knowing that Jack and Lily are out there and are alive, then good on him for having those answers. I don't.
Yeah. And you don't have to. There's a creator called True Crime with Strategic Eyes, and he is an actual detective and police officer and investigator, and he's covered the case too. And he might be a good person to watch because he's very balanced in his reporting, because he is actually a detective, not just a deceptive detective, called True Crime with Strategic. But yeah, I think that even if this is an entire tall tale, I think it's definitely spinning the information wheel again, and that is very important. So, but I am extremely wary of the false hope part of the narrative. I'm extremely hesitant, and yeah, I think it's not something that should be spoken outright with no proof of life, like you said. I mean, it's not a safe thing. So
yeah, and we'll see how it goes for that stuff. At the end of the day, again, it is what it is. One of these things, it's a twofold. We don't have to. True crime doesn't have to cover any of these cases if they didn't want to. So it's a twofold for that. So when family wants to speak up and keep the case out there, there's content creators that are willing, that love to have family members speak up and cover it. By the same token, nobody has to cover their cases whatsoever. Everyone takes on their own thing. So it's really a twofold on this one. Be grateful for when people do, but they also have to be grateful when people cover the case, because people do not have to, right? But there's so many families out there that could only be blessed by getting coverage for their missing loved ones. So to me, I see it as a twofold situation, that you be grateful that people are covering the case. So meaning, instead of going off on them by how people should run a channel and do this or that, blah, 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 blah. It's one of those things. True crime is a space that can truly help families in a lot of different ways. And yet by the same token, again, it's up to our community what cases that we might want to follow, because they're a dime a dozen. These cases are a dime a dozen, especially in the United States. You could literally be covering P. Diddy right now. Karen Reed case just is over. Brian Koberger, all these cases, But of course, because we're Canadian, this case is special. I mean, there's other cases that have gone on too. But, this one, like I said, came out, gravitated to my heart, watched it for a few days, whatever it was. And, next thing I know, I'm just like, I thought it was kind of like Sebastian's. I followed it right from day one. But you think that the child's going to be found, or the children are going to be found. And then next thing you know, 2 days goes by, 3 days goes by, 4 days goes by. And apparently it's Seth's birthday today. So happy birthday, Seth, for Sebastian Rogers, the biological father, who's actually working his ass off to try to find out what happened to his son 16 months later, because his was February 25th of 2024 and stuff like that. My heart's in this for the case, but obviously Belinda wanting to find out what happened to these babies makes me want to keep putting it out there. And if someone like Darren comes on, or Daniel, or somebody else, Logan, or whoever else, that's just an added bonus, because it gets people more interested again to kind of like cover it and put it out there. It's a twofold. My piece, and I'm saying it. Peace.
I think one thing is this theory that's what we're calling it. I don't even know what to call it. This theory certainly is going to be successful in deflecting the narrative, which kind of, I'm not going to lie, infuriates me, because pressure needs to be put where pressure needs to be put, not on this stuff that's coming from unnamed sources who we don't know, because if they knew for a fact that there was a trail somewhere out there leading to these children alive and well, how can you walk out of that discussion without answers or without a call to the RCMP? It doesn't jive with my sense of reality. I'm sorry. It just doesn't.
But your reality, does it jive with yours?
My reality, which is skewed 90% of the time, granted, but I mean, come on.
Wait, did he not go to the authorities with the information?
Some of it.
Some.
The most recent stuff, no.
Oh, well, hopefully they're surveilling this now. Because listen, even if it's only 10% correct, but maybe it points them in the right direction, then that would be good too. But I do agree with you from what I can see that the RCMP are not dummies. So hopefully this is information they already know and are integrated, it's already integrated into the investigation. As they keep stating, like, it's very close to the vest. So I would imagine that they're surveilling all these YouTube streets, which is good. And, hopefully they are aware. Hopefully they're listening right now. Hello, so yeah. I don't think it's, in terms of the deflection though, I mean, is it not all, like, it's not coming out, like Malaya's relatives coming out and, I don't know. There's a lot of deflections. I don't see how this could make it any worse, but I do understand what you're saying.
Right.
I mean, I'm just like, nobody knows, they offered $150,000 reward. Like, I don't think I don't know. I don't know, but I don't see this making it worse, but I could see how you feel that maybe it could be making it worse, but I don't agree.
Yeah, just 1 second. Chelsea, it's because Streamlabs will deem that you're posting a link if you put a dot in the wrong spot. So if you don't put a space after your period, it's going to think that you're trying to post a www dot whatever, site type of thing. So that's why it will say that. There you go. Ben just told you. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Just wanted to let her know.
I know, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how it could possibly be detracting. And Daniel is the #1 suspect, and the RCMP is not worried about whether we think that or not. He's not been cleared. Belinda said that Cody has been cleared. Daniel cannot say that he has been cleared. He's being highly surveilled. So if it is Daniel, then they have him. They're just trying to collect enough evidence to go in on him, in my opinion. And hopefully they're doing the same thing with Malaya and any other tips that they have. But I do think that, yeah, the actual police are on it. It really doesn't matter what we're really talking about over here. And if it's on the internet and I know about it, random people wherever know about it, I'm sure that the police in Canada do know about it. The authorities, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So, yeah. As a matter of fact, they were just on the news again talking about YouTube and how people need to stop trying to make money. Did you guys see that?
They can piss off on that.
They said there are even people profiting financially from this. And I was just laughing, like the news and the RCMP don't profit. Like the regular news doesn't profit. I don't know.
I know.
So they're pressed about the internet streets.
Well, if they want to stop the internet, they should stop AI, because the AI stuff that's out there is absolutely ridiculous.
Very true. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, so I mean, they're very pressed over the internet. But again, all press is good press, honestly, in terms of getting awareness for the case. I feel like, but again, I am new to true crime land. But I just hope, listen, all that I'm saying is that I hope that maybe this is even 5 to 10% correct and they can wrap this up within 48 hours like Kent said. It's just, I think one thing everyone can agree on is that it should never have gone on this long, and that the ball may have been dropped early just from looking in the wrong direction. So
All I know is my head's blown away from all this, to be honest with you. It's like,
yeah.
it's a lot to absorb, that information today. It really is. You know, it is. It was almost like getting told information, like someone dangling a carrot. You have no idea, you know, besides someone's word that,
To
trust
believe
me,
it or not.
yeah. Mm-hmm. And
Someone's
I'm not that.
word of someone's word of someone's word of someone's word.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said that somebody said trouble was caused, suspicion fed, all because somebody said that somebody heard an idle word that somebody said, type of thing. So that's Dear Abby, by the way. You're welcome.
Rose Buzz says she doesn't think Malaya is as dumb as people are painting her to be. Agree. And that's all in her astrology chart. But go. Sorry.
Lily is what?
Just that she's not as dumb as people are painting her to be. And like I said, if you look at her
Really?
chart, she's extremely calculated, extremely calculated and not dumb at all. And honestly, if involved, not a victim. So, but yeah, no, someone
Kelly
would just,
Rutledge, you'll have to go back and watch it from the beginning because we were just told a scenario and then we were told by someone's, like we're saying, by somebody's word, whether it's true or not, whether you can believe it or not, whether you want to believe it or not. We were told by somebody that the children were alive. And that's what we're discussing now is how can we believe it and get to this point, this far in, and not have the proof behind it from whoever. So I just seen that comment in there.
The proof is going to be whether or not in the next 24 hours those kids are found alive. Because now, for sure, we know the RCMP know about this phone call. They have listened to it. And if they hadn't already, they're following up on it and they will find them.
Yeah.
So in the next 24, 48 hours, hopefully the kids will be perfectly safe, and with any luck Belinda will get custody and we can all have a rainbow fucking drink
Move on
together.
to the next case.
Forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if not, like, we'll see you Monday so we can move on to the next crazy theory.
Yeah.
wow.
Shelly, this is a user error. This is a you problem. This is you putting in a dot that you're not watching it. Don't use any punctuation and then hit enter. You can't post any links. So Streamlabs won't let you unless you're a mod. So the punctuation is what's getting at you. Unless of course you're using a swear word. Maybe Streamlabs is getting you for that. But this is definitely a user error. Okay. Streamlabs, it is smart sometimes. But yeah. So just try it again without any periods or something. And then see how that goes. Go on.
Yeah, Streamlabs wants everybody to not use punctuation, so you don't have to be grammar correct here.
Yeah.
No punctuation.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go 14 more minutes, guys, and then 14 more minutes. I was really wanting to go ahead.
But like to say, and I'm not trying to say this to prove anybody's point, but the three things that I picked out from what Darwin was saying,
I need a drink.
Was the fact that the look on Malaya's face, if you go back into the interviews with Daniel, and then the time of the arrival, because that was everybody's question, was when that came out, is from Logan's TikTok, is, well, how did Cindy get there so quick? But if she was already called a little bit earlier, and then it was a half an hour from the time that 911 was called, if she had 20 minutes, you can make it from Wentworth in about an hour. It would normally be an hour and 15, maybe an hour and 20. So that explains that. But I don't know, just to put these puzzle pieces together, I think every single person in the chat took one puzzle piece, and we all took one puzzle piece and put it together. We could probably come up with a convincing theory that would be 10 times or 10 miles away from this one with this story. And then that's the facts.
Yeah, like Mark posted earlier, the telephone game, right? We take a bit of information and then add a little bit to it, and then, something that makes sense and something that could corroborate it in some way, shape, or form, and off we go. And that's how these things get so convoluted, and it works me up, and I can't apologize enough to everybody, because that was not cool.
We understand you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Now, what were you going to say, Sonny?
No, I'm talking to where is she?
Was Belinda in the chat tonight? Have you been talking to Belinda tonight?
No, she's babysitting her other grandchild. Might be done now, but so she hasn't had time at all to see. Like, she might, unless Chelsea's talked to her a bit there. But other than that, she's been looking after the other granddaughter, and so it works for me. I click on the link up in the one I posted, and it works for me. But I did drop it there. But you did remind me that I have to thank someone for a coffee that I saw. So Pula Lulu. Thank you very much for the coffee, the taco that you sent earlier. Make sure I get that in there. Thanks for reminding me, Shelly, on there. So anyways, that's yeah, what I had to say about that. I was, by the way, I was going to cover Suzanne Morphew case. You guys, that was going to happen. Now it ain't going to happen. I've done 2 lives today, and as much as I'd love to cover it today, it's just not going to happen today. The world's not going to change by tomorrow, but everybody else is going to be talking about it. That's okay with me, as long as at the end of the day that Suzanne will get her justice. I will cover it, of course, and you guys know how important that case is to me, anyone that knows this channel. And, this is about the indictment, and then there's the paperwork. But, this obviously isn't the trial and stuff like that. But this case, Suzanne Morphew's case, means a lot to me. It was my main case that I covered for 2 years until I was burnt out. And, and I'm not going to burn myself out with Jack and Lily, because we're going to get answers a lot sooner in this case. I believe that. I'm kind of wishing Mom wouldn't see this one. The one thing I love about your mom, Chelsea, is that I do believe that she takes everything with a grain of salt. At the end of the day, if there's a best case scenario that's out there, I think about that one that one story that I watched yesterday, as a matter of fact, and it was about this mother and her son, and the other son had been searching for their brother, Sa's son, for a couple of years. They finally found the remains after all the searching, and what the mother said was this: when you don't have answers, there's still hope. There's still hope. We don't have any answers for Jack and Lily, but when remains are found or something is found, then that's a whole different type of feeling. Your mother has been very kind of clear that she wants to, hope and keep that hope alive, that she'll see her grandbabies, but she's very realistic. She's a very strong lady in that way, meaning when I say strong, she has put forth everything she can to bring awareness to that case. And all I asked is, she trusted me. She has my utmost trust back, and the respect of how much I really care about Belinda, for the sake of the fight for these grandbabies. Because a lot of times you see people that don't do shit, right? Right, Malaya? You don't do shit, right? No matter what, you didn't do shit, regardless. So obviously, you know answers, or you don't, but either way, you still didn't do shit, for any sort of effort to the public of doing this. So when I watch a grandmother that is literally here, just, I want answers, I want answers, I want answers. That's a strong lady, because I'm not going through the situation. My life is not impacted by a loss like this. And to have no answers is the most cruel thing ever. But like that lady said in that video that I watched, you know, it's two sets of feelings. Once you have a finality, it's a whole new different grief that you take on. And your mother is being realistic, but she's only facing the hope. It's still, oh, Charmaine. Charmaine's releasing her stress. Charmaine needed to hear a Rick roll on that. So, with being that said, Astro by Lauren, you received a membership.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Charlene McPike, Grandma Rockstar, and Polly's Cookies, looks like received one. And Things for Thought from Newfoundland, I think that is NF, received a membership. Wait, that was, oh wait, am I? Oh, I'm my bad.
It was earlier, yeah.
That was, you know why? Only because you made a comment. Let me scroll down to the bottom.
Okay.
And you can post your link there again if you don't mind, Lauren, because I'd have to scroll all the way up to the top to even find it right now.
The link.
Let's try this again. Ricky Lynn got one. Aussie True Crime got one. Charmaine, I don't see the other. Oh, Kim French. Shannon became a welcome trace trail tracker. Who else? I'm just trying to look here. Yeah. So whoever else got one there, I can only see those ones. Sometimes it glitches on YouTube line. Anyways, thank you very much, Charmaine. She just likes to hear the Rickroll. It's the only reason why she does it. It's not because she loves me or anything special like that.
And instead of playing the Rickroll like Mark asked to close out the show, I suggest we play the awareness video for Jack and Lily and bring it back to what it's all about, because this has been
wild.
Too much.
Yeah. I just want to show this if I haven't shown it yet. Nope, that was after. Shannon, new member. Thank you so much. I thought there was another one in there. You guys know we desert you in a second, so but thanks, Charmaine, for giving us the Rickroll. Rhonda donated $5 there. All right, this is now. I feel like I'm like one of those channels, like hop on the train. Thank you guys. Thank you for the train ride. Choo choo. You guys are very much appreciative. You guys know that we don't beg for money or stuff like that, but it's very much appreciated, but not expected. I'd still deserve. Where's Rick Astley when you need him? Where's our Rick Astley? Yeah, but okay. So before I play out the video, I have to do this. So Jackie did 5 gift memberships there.
Yes.
Thank you, Jackie. Jackie Young, $10. Jackie's just opening up her pocketbook today. Thank you, Jackie. Rhonda, thank you so much for you.
That should be the last one, guys.
That should be. Just makes me feel better, though. Does make me feel better.
There's nothing like a good Rickroll.
I was going to say nothing like a good Rickroll. Krista, she donated 5 memberships as well. So that's wonderful. I should do a members live right soon, guys. I'll do one within the next 2 weeks. Okay. I promise. I swear. Miss Dog Lover did $4.99. Miss Dog Lover, I know that you've always got, usually you're busy and got stuff going on in your life. And I know that you're a big supporter of the channel. Like bills to pay. Darlene. I think that one told me to have a drink. Oh, that's Yeah, that's one. Okay, perfect. Darlene Brownlee, thank you so much for your $10 super sticker or your super sticker super chat there. Crackerjacks, they said that they had to leave unless they're lurking in here. But anyways, thank you so much for that. Where are we? Shannon, $10 super sticker. Lucid Dreams, $2 super sticker. Mark, and I'm not sure who that troll is with a wrench, but he gifted one membership. And he kind of was, he obviously, like I said, Mark won at poker or something. Yeah. $9.99. My Thai drink, and I'm gonna go have another. Okay, I very rarely drink, but I tell you, these things are like drinking a pop almost, or just like a, just a regular freaking fruit punch. Charmaine,
I have to go find one.
yes.
Okay.
Charmaine gifted 5. So again, thank you, Charmaine. Appreciation for the Rick rolls on that one. Shannon became a new member. And then finally here, Rhonda again over there, $5 super sticker. So very much appreciated again, never expected. But thank you guys for, I know that we spend hours and hours and hours on this stuff, but I appreciate Lauren's time, Kent's time, Charmaine's time, Derwin's time. Daniel, get your ass on up here and speak your piece from A to Z. Would love to have you do that, including Logan McKenzie. If you got something that you want to put out there, keep this story going and stuff like that. Chelsea, you always have a route to come up here if you want as well. And the door is open. Let me just put it this way. The door is open. My email is acrimingshame@gmail.com. That's not EHA.
I got you. It's a chat.
Yeah, it's right there. Charmaine just put it there on there. So before I actually play the tribute one, does anyone just have anything to say before heading off? And I just appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Just looking at my notifications, I see Gavin Fish is reporting a Travis Decker sighting closing in on the manhunt for the wanted murderer of his children. A YouTube notification, so.
Oh, but they always keep saying that. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're getting closer to him.
Well, yeah, they keep putting that out there all the time, but hopefully so, for sure. I mean,
but
yeah.
I think tonight was a wild night. It's a strange case. It's like I never ever been around the true crime until this case happened. So I can't speak from past experiences, but
Same.
Thank you, Mark.
We just gotta work our way through it, and hopefully we get the result we want, which is the kids coming home.
Absolutely. You guys don't forget that Astro by Lauren, that's her YouTube channel. You have till the 26th for 50% off. If you guys want a chart read, how you say it best, obviously, Lauren.
Oh, a birth chart reading. Yeah, anything, any of my readings, I do tarot and I do astrology, and it's 50% off until Tuesday. And I guess the link should be in the chat.
It was. I was seeing if you dropped it again.
I have to find it. Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, I can find your channel. I can just pull up that part. Unless, of course, you have your thing right away handy.
Oh, no, I have it. Hang on.
Okay. Just drop it then.
Yeah. Copy.
Yep.
And I hope I didn't offend anybody either, but I do learn a lot for being here, and thank you for welcoming me into the community. And and I do learn a lot from being here, and I do especially like to hear from people from the community. So thank you, Kent. And Charmaine, stay as passionate as you are, because we need you. And Sunny, you're the best. So yeah.
I was gonna say I'm passionate. Charmaine's got the little bit more feisty, like I said. I'm just kind of more of a YOLO that way. I get it. But there's times that I get my back up on certain things too. Depends what it is, But in this particular case right now, it's kind of like a lot was said, and it was very and I wasn't really paying attention to the chat too much. But I mean, I know how this is going to go with what the information that he said. And bottom line is, again, as long as the awareness is out there, that's what families need. And regardless of if they do not agree with how it's being, the awareness is being spread, it's honestly, it's better than nothing. And you want that to happen, okay? Drama causes attention. The attention is what you want on this case. So you can either look at it, a bucket is half full or half empty. But from a true crime perspective, just know I don't like the bullshit either. But you know what? If sometimes you just have to roll with the punches, because we've been in the true crime, so we know exactly how this works. And you might not like it, and I might not like it, but it's fact. It's the way it works. And you just, it's, if your case can get out there and get awareness, right? It matters. It matters.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you want. You don't want a case to sizzle off, and then, right, you want it to be in the public eye and stuff like that. So biggest hugs to Chelsea in here, Belinda. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone
Prayers
for
to
being
Belinda.
here.
I'm sorry, prayers to Belinda and the family. That's all I'm like to say.
Yeah. No, Sharon, I'm literally wiped out. I probably had that information not come down, but honestly, I've done 2 lives. I'm drained now, and I'm just going to have to live with the fact that I'm not going to cover Barry Morphew tonight, knowing that it's not going anywhere either. So I'm sorry that I'm not going to, but I'm exhausted is what I am. So I just need to, yeah. Okay. I just need to pull myself back a little bit because I'm worn out. And yeah, so I'm going to have a big bowl of ice cream, and I'm going to probably watch the press conference and stuff like that. But other than that, you know, that's all I'm going to do for the rest of the night, you know. Yeah. Okay, guys. So thank you guys, everybody. Again, hit that like and share button if you haven't. Again, bless everybody. You guys have a great night. And are we good? Are we good? Oh, Kent's already gone. He's bailed. Charmaine, was there any final things that you had to say?
Just a couple, just love and light to the family, with Belinda and Chelsea and everybody else who.
One sec, Charmaine.
To put it like that, that deserves it. And just please remember, if you don't know what this means, Google it, but Occam's razor, guys. Occam's razor.
Right.
Yes.
Occam's razor. Okay, guys.
Jack and Lily, it's the only thing that matters.
Yep. Jack and Lily. Oh, let's just quickly show their face one more time. 150K reward for information. This is Brie had given this to me, asked me if I could share it. You guys, if you want to grab it from the community page, that's where it is to find this. Nice colors too as well. So anyways, yeah. So with that being said, we'll add this back.
A boy went missing one day. It was on Friday morning, the 2nd of May. People went searching in the woods there and back for 2 little children named Lily and Jack. The girl was just 6 years, the boy was 4. While others were sleeping, they walked out the door. As time it went by and turned into days, no sign of those children, the news it did say. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack, who walked out the door and they never came back. Lansdowne Station, it was their own. In Nova Scotia, 'cause there they did roam. Let's not forget them and let us pray for those 2 little children still missing today. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack. Who walked out the door and they never came back. Who walked out the door and they never came back.